This undersea chase was still going on. Han Fei, like a dragon in the sea, was madly fleeing. Lin Miao Miao was stunned. What kind of terrifying speed is this? Ahead, a school of crescent moon fish swam at them head-on. Lin Miao Miao was shocked. No. It's a school of fish. However, without a word, Han Fei rushed straight at the fish school. Han Fei opened his wings and began to spin, knocking away through the school of fish. Wherever he went, the bodies of crescent moon fish were littered behind him. After 5 seconds or so, he broke out from the encirclement of the school of fish, and the 4 peak-level dangling fishers followed close behind. The guy who tried to entangle Han Fei with a fishing hook had given up when he saw Han Fei escaping with such a weird technique. Now the 4 peak-level dangling fishers were shocked. The speed of this boy was too fast. He was only a junior dangling fisher, but he was not slower than them. Exhaust him, exhaust his spiritual energy. Unfortunately, these people knew very little about Han Fei. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come up with such an idea. Han Fei's spiritual energy literally had no limit. If possible, he even hoped to maintain this state of chase. Half an hour later, the 4 people behind Han Fei were all dumbfounded. Maintaining this peak speed for half an hour, this guy was still energetic. And he was even getting further and further away from them. Did he have a lot of pills to replenish his spiritual energy? Suddenly, Black Robe said to the 3 others, "My friends, how about we work together to capture this guy? I only want one thing from him." However, the 3 members of the Sun family sneered. "We also only want one thing. May I ask what you want? If we want the same thing, I think you'd better give up." Black Robe's pupils constricted. "Does Han Fei have a treasure on him?" Black Robe said via voice transmission, "What I want is his soul sealing technique. It's just a technique, not an object, so I don't think we want the same thing." After seeing Han Fei forging dozens of ultra-quality magic weapons overnight, Black Robe felt that Han Fei was not an ordinary refiner and might have a method for sealing souls. When the 3 of the Sun family heard that it was not about the sea token, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was certainly not an ordinary person, since he dared to hunt Han Fei down on the dragon boat. If they had a conflict with him, they might not be able to get the sea token. Given that the Sun family lived far away from here. Okay. Let's cooperate. We don't want the soul sealing technique. Immediately, a person from the Sun family said, "You block his way with fishing hooks, and I will use a special method to catch up with him. As long as we can intercept him, it'll be a piece of cake to get him." Black Robe nodded in agreement. Han Fei wouldn't have any chance to escape. 4 peak-level dangling fishers, trying to hunt down a junior one. No one would believe the former would fail. A strange blue color appeared on the skin of one person, and the next moment, he suddenly disappeared. Black Robe froze for a moment. It was a high-level water escape method. The Sun family was really a worthy family of the Thousand-Star City. Ahead, Han Fei relaxed when he saw he was getting farther and farther from those guys. Only then did he have time to talk to Lin Miao Miao, and he said, through a voice transmission, "Don't ask me why. I don't know either." "Who can tell me why I am suddenly being chased for no reason?" After more than half an hour of chasing and fleeing, Lin Miao Miao relaxed too. Han Fei, who could even get rid of peak-level dangling fishers, must not be an ordinary person. This speed alone was enough to make Han Fei one of the heavenly talents in the 36 towns. Lin Miao Miao asked, "Are you really a dangling fisher?" "Yes?" Han Fei was confused by the question. Lin Miao Miao looked at the wings behind Han Fei. "Your contractual spiritual beast is so powerful. Is it an exotic one?" "No, exotic creatures would not be so strong." "Is it a legendary one?" Han Fei was helpless. "Girl, we are running for our lives now. Do you still have time to chat? I can't see them anymore. We should be able to survive. If we survive, I will find another dragon boat to go home on immediately." Han Fei nodded. "Yes, you should go home. Your strength is too weak. There are not many advanced, great fishing masters on the dragon boat. Why did you come to the level 3 fishery?" Lin Miao Miao's eyes darkened. "I heard that people can quickly improve their strength in the level 3 fishery, so I came here. But who could have expected that this place would be so dangerous? If no one had saved me, I'm afraid I would have died here long ago. When we escape, I will help you find another dragon boat." "Where are you from?" Lin Miao Miao smiled. "I'm from the Wind Rain Village, Cloud Town. How about you?" Bam! Before Lin Miao Miao finished, Han Fei's face suddenly changed. 3 fishing rods were attacking them from 3 directions. In an instant, Han Fei rolled in the sea, and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers shot out from his body. But the opponent was a peak-level dangling fisher after all, and the quality of his fishing rod was extraordinary. Only in the blink of an eye, 2 blue sea wandering dragon daggers were taken, and Han Fei took this opportunity to break out of the circle of fish hooks. "Damn!" Han Fei almost cried. He took 2 daggers from him. However, the other party didn't seem to care about Han Fei's spiritual weapons. And the fishing hooks waved again. The fishing hooks and lines whirled dazzlingly. Although Han Fei was very flexible, he was stopped for a while. At the moment when he broke through the circle again, Han Fei was shocked. A figure suddenly appeared 100 meters away from him out of nowhere. F***CK. Flash. Han Fei used the flash stone he got from the treasure-hunting fish stall. As the flash stone broke, Han Fei appeared 10 miles away. Huh? A flash stone? Humph, only 10 miles. We can easily find him. The person from the Sun family who had just caught up with him suddenly vomited blood and disappeared again. Han Fei took a long breath. That was a close call. Was that a flash stone? Did you use it? Han Fei nodded. Yes, if I didn't use it, they would have caught up with us. But after Han Fei ran for another several minutes, his face changed again, and that figure appeared again. Not only that, the 3 fishing hooks that were intertwined like a net also hooked at them. F***CK. How did they catch up so quickly? Han Fei's face changed drastically, and he suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted, "Explode!" Boom! 2 blue sea wandering dragon daggers exploded. In an instant, waves billowed under the sea. Han Fei had no time to mourn over the daggers. He had many spiritual weapons. But if he was caught by them, he didn't think he could escape from the hands of 4 peak-level dangling fishers. Poof! Han Fei vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. A spiritual weapon must be nourished with its owner's blood. If the weapon exploded, it would hurt its owner. This was the first time he had detonated his own spiritual weapon. But he had no choice. If he couldn't get rid of those hooks, he wouldn't be able to escape. Now the 3 fishing hooks had been blown up. Those 2 blue sea wandering dragon daggers were mid-quality spiritual weapons anyway. If converted into money, even in the level 3 fishery, they would be worth at least 500,000 mid-quality pearls each. But now, Han Fei didn't care about that much. Many blue sea wandering dragon daggers appeared around him and he was ready to detonate more daggers. Han Fei, hand over the sea token and we'll spare your life. The man closest to Han Fei was also shocked. Han Fei blew up 2 spiritual weapons and destroyed 3 fishing rods? And there was still a circle of spiritual weapons around him? Han Fei was shocked. The sea token? The other party mentioned the sea token. Are you from the Sun family? Han Fei was frightened. The level 3 fishery was so big. How did the Sun family people find him? Could it be that black robes hunting down of him caught their attention? Han Fei was shocked. He just picked a random dragon boat to board. There were 100 dragon boats in the level 3 fishery. How did he happen to meet the Sun family? Could it be that the Sun family arranged their people on every single dragon boat? Han Fei was furious. Get lost, or I will blow you up. Go to hell. Han Fei saw a figure pouncing over, throwing a spear at him with all his strength, and there was a single-horned prawn on the spear. Explode. Boom. The sea surged again. Han Fei vomited another mouthful of blood. Humph. I have many spiritual weapons. Let's see who will laugh last. However, in the next moment, Han Fei was horrified. The spear stopped the blue sea wandering dragon dagger self-destruction. Although there was only half of the spear left, it still thrust at him in an instant. Bang. Han Fei tried to resist it with the blue sea wandering dragon dagger, but the dagger couldn't resist it and was directly sent flying. Crack. Han Fei's spiritual energy protective cover was shattered and he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Han Fei looked at Lin Miao Miao, only to find that the girl was bleeding from the mouth and nose again, being hit head-on. She was more seriously injured this time. Even Han Fei felt his internal organs were tumbling. How could Lin Miao Miao resist the impact? Damn you. Several blue sea wandering dragon daggers darted straight at the man behind Han Fei, but the man took out a spiritual weapon long sword and quickly blocked the daggers. And, getting closer and closer to Han Fei, he threw a sword chi at Han Fei from time to time. Swish. As Han Fei was blocked, the 3 people behind had gradually approached. The black-robed man launched a soul attack straight at him. And what came with the soul attack was 3 small spiral arrows that glowed blue. No. Explode again. Han Fei went crazy. He couldn't let them approach him. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Detonating another dagger away, Han Fei took the opportunity to fly out hundreds of meters. But the guy from the Sun family nearest to him thrust a long sword at him and Han Fei felt that his life could be taken at any time. Drawing. The long knife reappeared, and Han Fei activated the drawing once again since he did it 2 days ago. Clang. Crack. The sword and the knife collided and broke at the same time. Han Fei was hit by the sword and a long wound was drawn from his chest to his waist and abdomen, and blood gushed out. But that person from the Sun family didn't win either. He never thought that Han Fei's blow could be so powerful. As a peak-level dangling fisher, he was no match for Han Fei in physique, and one of his hands was chopped off. Han Fei looked down and found that there was also a sword wound on Lin Miao Miao's body. However, different from just now, this time, this supremely powerful attack directly extinguished Lin Miao Miao's vitality. No. At the moment when Lin Miao Miao died, Han Fei was stunned. He was not a saint. If someone died, he would feel sorry for them at best. After all, it was none of his business. However, people had feelings. In the past few days, although Lin Miao Miao only acted as his guide, she was quite dedicated. She worked so hard just to earn a living, but now she had died because of him. Han Fei felt very guilty. Fuse. 9 tails attached to me. Fury. Irritated, Han Fei threw Lin Miao Miao's body into Forge the Universe. Escape? Why? I want to kill. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei's eyes turned color, one black and one white. And the 9-star chain shot out. The sword-wielding man whose hand had just been cut off was shocked to see Han Fei's aura suddenly change, and he seemed about to become an advanced dangling fisher. Clang. Han Fei hit a small blue arrow away and pounced at the man as swift as a shadow. This man had lost a spear and a sword, and Han Fei didn't think that he could still take out a third spiritual weapon. Even if he was from the 1,000-star city, so what? He was unlikely to own multiple mid or high-quality spiritual weapons. The man whose arm was severed was horrified and quickly backed away, intending to retreat to the other 3 people. But Han Fei certainly wouldn't let him. The 9-star chain danced and clasped one of the man's feet. As Han Fei withdrew the 9-star chain, dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers darted at the man in an instant. Clang! 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 Within a second, the man's spiritual energy protective cover was shattered and his only hand was holding an ultra-quality magic weapon. However, before he took any action, with a boom, a blue sea wandering dragon dagger suddenly exploded. In the surging waves, the man was covered with blood and his entire body was blown through. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe that he actually died in the hands of a junior dangling fisher. Han Fei fell in front of this man and found that he was still alive. After all, he was a peak-level dangling fisher, so his vitality was stronger than Han Fei imagined. Han Fei stared straight at the 3 people a kilometer away, holding a blue sea wandering dragon dagger. He cut the dying man's throat in front of the 3 of them. Bastard! How dare you, Sun Qing? F***ck, I'm gonna kill you. But Han Fei was not scared at all. He waved and 30 more blue sea wandering dragon daggers appeared in front of him. Even if 5 daggers exploded and 1 broke, so what? I have so many spiritual weapons, are you that desperate? The black-robed middle-aged man frowned. This boy, being chased by the 4 of them, managed to kill a peak-level dangling fisher within 2 minutes. He was definitely beyond most fishers. In front of the 3 of them, Han Fei waved and cast the divine healing technique on himself. At the same time, a formation appeared under his feet. However, what appeared this time was not a spirit-gathering formation, but a defensive formation. He knew that the defensive formation was useless to the 3 people. But he didn't mean to defend for long. He only needed it to block 1 blow. With a twinkle, Han Fei took the initiative to attack. The blue sea wandering dragon bow appeared in his hand, and instantly, he drew the bow as round as a full moon and shot 5 arrows in a row, and spiritual Energy gushed out. Black Robe was horrified. No, he can't have so much spiritual energy. All 5 sharp arrows were directed at him, each arrow stronger than the next. Especially the 5th arrow, whose power was overwhelming. Black Robe quickly stopped pursuing Han Fei. As an expert archer, he knew the arrows were all targeted at him. If he continued to chase him, he would have to resist all 5 arrows alone. Which was certainly not a wise choice. But the 2 people from the Sun family smiled. This was a good chance. Since Black Robe helped them share Han Fei's attack, they could directly attack Han Fei. One person from the Sun family swung 2 axes at Han Fei. However, 100 meters away, when he had just lifted his axes, Han Fei drew the bow again. This time, in the blink of an eye, Han Fei's right hand was bloodied by spiritual energy, and his skin was torn apart. The man with the axes was horrified. What kind of bow technique is this? Why? Do I feel that my soul is trembling? Swish. An arrow was shot, but there were 2 arrow shadows, one visible and the other invisible. Not good, Sun Qing, retreat. But the distance was so close, and there was no shelter in the sea. How could he retreat? The arrow that Han Fei shot had already turned into a ray of light with a full 6,400 points of spiritual energy, which completely exceeded Han Fei's own limit. Therefore, when this arrow was shot, his right hand was almost disabled. This was the first time Han Fei used the 6th arrow of the War Soul art. Seeing the person from the Sun family trying to block it with his 2 axes, Han Fei smiled coldly. Bam! The arrow shot a small hole in the axeman's chest. The spiritual energy arrow shot through the gap between the 2 axes and directly pierced his body. But even so, it wouldn't be able to kill him. It was the soul arrow that really killed him. Han Fei didn't even look at the opponent but cast the divine healing technique on himself again. In the distance, Black Robe had just solved Han Fei's 5 arrows and saw this terrifying scene. Han Fei killed a peak-level dangling fisher with a single arrow, and he was only a junior dangling fisher. He couldn't believe his eyes. Black Robe immediately wanted to retreat. He didn't think he had any chance to win against this monstrous boy. His spiritual energy had almost exhausted, but Han Fei just stood there still and glanced over at him. Looking at Han Fei's black and white eyes and the eerie and his spooky spiritual energy, he was scared. Black Robe was not given an order to capture Han Fei, so he didn't have to risk his life. However, he didn't want to retreat. If Han Fei wasn't killed today, would he come back to take revenge? He thought it was very likely. Such things were not uncommon, and almost everyone grew up in this environment. This kind of conflict had been common since the level 1 fishery, and there were too many precedents. However, when Han Fei raised his bow again, this time it was targeting the black-robed man. The latter immediately stuffed a spiritual fruit into his mouth and escaped without saying a word. No matter whether Han Fei could shoot this arrow, Black Robe now had no spiritual energy and had to replenish it. The reaction of the person from the Sun family was different. 2 of his companions were killed, and he certainly wouldn't let Han Fei off. He brandished a long rod and rushed at Han Fei in a rage. Seeing Black Robe flee, Han Fei withdrew the blue sea wandering dragon bow. Bam! Crack! An invisible barrier appeared, blocking the opponent's full blow. Formation? Break. At the moment when the formation was smashed, a mottled dark stick appeared in Han Fei's hand. The 9-star chain instantly blocked the person's way, the golden red wings chopped at his arms repeatedly, and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers surrounded and attacked him. For a while, the person was almost unable to parry. Of course, he was definitely not weak. His spiritual beast was a turtle, and his contractual spiritual beasts were an anti-heaven blade and a common crayfish, both of which had attached to him at this moment. However, they were much weaker than those of Han Fei, so they fell into a pitched battle. Realizing that he could not escape, he rushed directly to Han Fei. Being attacked by a peak-level dangling fisher with all his strength, Han Fei could hardly resist. Hit by the billowing air, he was bleeding from the nose and mouth. Having nowhere to run, he could only confront him head-on. Han Fei waved the mysterious rod with difficulty, but with a cold expression. Clang! The huge wave directly sent Han Fei flying hundreds of meters away, and Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. His contractual spiritual beasts were shaken out of his body, and his fusion state was almost forcibly terminated. Han Fei used the last bit of strength to throw this rod in to forge the universe. This rod was too heavy. He had planned to strike a blow with it. However, the huge counterforce made him hurt even more. The person from the Sun family was hurt even more seriously. Being sent flying, he was shocked. What kind of power was that? Under this blow, his both arms were broken and he was thrown nearly 100 meters away. This person's mouth was bleeding and his hands were almost disabled. He looked at Han Fei, who was smashed into the mud pit on the seabed, and hesitated. Shall I continue to chase him or not? He didn't know how much combat power Han Fei still had. What if he detonated another spiritual weapon? The man looked around, only to find that Black Robe had slipped away already. In the end, he chose to retreat. He didn't dare to gamble with his life. After all, Han Fei was too dangerous. Now that he had found him, he just needed to find a way to notify others to come and hunt him down. He didn't have to risk his life. With this in mind, he gradually disappeared into the dark sea. But this person didn't know that soon after Han Fei was smashed into the mud pit, his fusion state was automatically terminated. With the last bit of consciousness, Han Fei entered Forge the Universe. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei jumped into the spiritual spring and then passed out. Han Fei had a dream. In the dream, he had been chased and finally had nowhere to escape. His body was broken and his head was shot through with an arrow. Oh! Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes, sweating. So he was just dreaming. He let out a long breath. Han Fei wanted to move, only to feel that his body tore with every movement. The severe pain strongly impacted Han Fei's brain nerves. Especially his right hand. It felt like it was being pressed by a big mountain and couldn't even lift up. Ouch! Han Fei gritted his teeth and applied the divine healing technique to himself. As the shower of energy fell, a warm current flowed throughout his body and he felt better. Han Fei used the divine healing technique on himself every once in a while. After a full day, he had almost recovered. Obviously feeling better, Han Fei dragged his exhausted body and slowly got up from the spiritual spring, only to find the water level of the spiritual spring dropped a lot, and he couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Go for wool, but come home shorn. He lost 5 or 6 spiritual weapons, and his long knife was broken. His strength was seriously damaged, and now he only had 60% of his full strength left. He suffered a huge loss from this trip to the dragon boat. However, Han Fei didn't feel much regret. But when he saw Lin Miao Miao, who was lying quietly not far away, his heart was filled with guilt. Alas, it turns out that the level 3 fishery is really dangerous. The dragon boat belongs to someone else, not me. For the sake of self-advancement, people can be even more dangerous than the ocean. 7 days later, Han Fei was practicing the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. At this moment, his face was flushed and his solid muscles exuded a luster. Ha! Han Fei looked at the data. Owner, Han Fei. Level 33, Junior Dangling Fisher, Spiritual Energy 4,202,561, 4,199. Spiritual Heritage Level 4, High Quality. Spiritual Beasts, Twin Inyang Spirit Swallow Fish, Level 25. Weapon, Blue Sea Wandering Dragon Daggers. Main Art Water Vein Technique, Volume 3 of Void Fishing, Spirit Level. Divine Quality. My upper limit of spiritual energy can't be improved anymore. It's time to go out. In the past few days, Han Fei had eaten all the spiritual fruits but only got 4.2 million points of spiritual energy. Plus the spiritual spring that was almost dried up, now he only had no more than 6 million points of spiritual energy. Han Fei sighed. If it weren't for the accident on the dragon boat, his spiritual energy storage would have reached tens of millions. However, Han Fei didn't feel pity. The dragon boat taught him a lesson. If you were just an ordinary person, then you would be absolutely safe on the dragon boat. But if you showed your value, then you would be in danger. If he chose to compromise on the dragon boat, perhaps the situation now would have been even worse. If he compromised, this journey would have failed. Then he probably wouldn't have had any chance to leave. Following Han Fei's thoughts, he appeared in the mud pit on the seabed again. At this moment, the seabed returned to a state of peace. Han Fei embedded himself several meters under the soil. After a while, a looming figure quietly stuck out of the dirt and looked around carefully. A black moonsicle fish suddenly swam away and a school of fish swooshed past. Not far away, and there seemed to be no threat, so he was relieved. After all, he had been in Forge the Universe for quite some time and it would have been impossible for the other party to have guarded this place the entire time. The dragon boat was also not in sight. He had been worried that if the Sun family guarded this sea area all the time, after he disappeared, then he would be in real danger. However, now it seemed that the other party thought he had escaped. Han Fei didn't know that the counterforce of the mysterious rod shocked his opponent. The person from the Sun family was scared away by the rod. Just having a narrow escape, Han Fei became more careful. The effect of the mist-hidden grass was really poor. Compared to true stealth, this was simply like a joke and couldn't escape the eyes of peak-level dangling fishers. But how many peak-level dangling fishers could there be? In the level 3 fishery, junior dangling fishers still accounted for the majority. Therefore, Han Fei continued to use the mist-hidden grass. After all, he was not a hunter. And it was not bad to have a semi-stealth ability. Han Fei summoned 9 tails and swam forward on the bottom of the sea. Target: sea grassland. On the dragon boat, people went up and down every day. So during this period of time, Han Fei met many people. Whenever someone showed up, he would ask 9 tails to dig a hole and then he would hide in the hole. He was being so careful just to avoid meeting those people. He guessed the person from the Sun family didn't die either. As long as he was still alive, He could call more people over. Therefore, along the way, he had to be wary of all treasure hunters. Even if these treasure hunters had nothing to do with the Sun family, what if the Sun family caught them and interrogated them? Then his whereabouts would be exposed. Then probably he would be chased again. Of course, the level 3 fishery was so vast. Along the way, Han Fei met people occasionally, but more often only fish. Therefore, Han Fei, as always, swam forward and searched for spiritual fruit. In the following 10 days, Han Fei was sneaking under the sea. The only movement he made was breathing. In the past few days, he had gotten a lot of spiritual fruits and had also encountered danger. Regardless of the fact that the level 3 fishery was very large, in places like the ocean, changes might be great every thousands of miles. He had encountered deep-sea ravines and cliffs, passed through the spiritual plant area full of seaweed, passed by seemingly mysterious underwater caves, and discovered the wonderful place of thousands of miles of coral bushes. Along the way, a large number of creatures appeared and Han Fei was too lazy to remember them. He even encountered a group of marching sea leeches. At that moment, he directly rushed out of the water and floated in the air. On the 22nd day, Han Fei estimated that he was less than 20,000 miles away from the sea grassland. Because judging from the area where he was at this moment, there were more and more spiritual plants in the sea. This was a very important indicator. At this time, Han Fei was standing on the edge of a sea cliff. This place looked very beautiful. Behind Han Fei was a dark green carnivorous vine that towered hundreds of meters high. In fact, it was a bit similar to the seaweed vine in the deep-sea jungle of the level 2 fishery. Around the carnivorous vine, there were arched rock holes, large transparent sea squirts, and seaweeds that moved with the waves. Han Fei also saw colorful sea urchins scattered among the seaweed. However, although Han Fei had explored many places along the way, unfortunately, many places that looked like dangerous places were actually not. He compared Old Bai's sea chart and figured out where he was based on the topography, and found that there were as many as a dozen dangerous places nearby. However, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find one. Although this cliff crack was not recorded on the chart, Han Fei decided to try it a little bit. Before exploring this place, Han Fei had one more thing to do. He took out Lin Miao Miao's body from Forge the Universe and asked Nine Tails to dig a pit. After a while, Han Fei buried Lin Miao Miao and said to her, "The scenery here is good, so I chose this place for you to rest in peace. In the future, if I have the opportunity, I will visit your hometown. Bye." With that, Han Fei jumped down, letting his body fall into the dark crack. 100 meters. 500 meters. 800 meters. This time, Han Fei dropped a full 800 meters before he touched the bottom. He couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Plus the 700 or 800 meters between the cliff and the sea surface, it was 1,500 meters deep. Han Fei knew that a water depth of 1,500 meters was probably nothing to this world. After all, in the words of Old Bai, in that unknown place, a random, dangerous place would extend millions of miles. The planet was bigger, so the water was deeper, which seemed very logical. However, Han Fei wasn't quite used to it. After all, there was strong water pressure on the seabed, and 1,000 meters deep and 1,500 meters deep were different stories. At least, Han Fei's current speed and responsiveness had been suppressed by more than 10%. However, at this time, he saw spots of light approaching not far away. There was not one light spot, but many. In addition to the light spots, Han Fei also saw shiny shrimps breaking through the soil. It seems that I have reached the deep water zone. There were always some weird creatures in the dark seabed. Their bodies could generate electricity and even illuminate. Obviously, now he met one of them. After a while, he saw a group of big fish swimming overhead. Name: lanternfish. Introduction: deep-sea fish have solid physiques with flashing tentacles. When they attack, they will release the overhead and tail lights. Good at current shock, mental attack, and its overhead flashing light can be used as bait. Quality: exotic, ultra quality. Quality: rare. Contained spiritual energy 1724 points. Edible effect: long-term consumption can enhance spiritual energy. Collectible: flashing light. Absorbable. Han Fei was surprised. Wow, there really is a lanternfish. What is wrong with your head? If there is a horn in your head, you can poke people with it. But why do you grow a lantern on your head? Is it to illuminate yourself? That's really ingenious. Buzz. Before Han Fei swam away, a large piece of electric light, like a small burst of lightning, fell on him instantly. Han Fei was speechless. F***ck, I am so far away from you. Buzz. Buzz. La. La. Huh. Who is crying? Han Fei was startled. What made this sound? It wasn't me crying. A strange feeling hit Han Fei's heart. I was electrified, but I didn't cry. Who made that sound? However, immediately afterwards, the sound of crying came from the seawater. Again, and it seemed that someone was perhaps singing. Han Fei was a little stunned. Who would come down to the 1,500-meter deep seabed to sing? Swish. 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 The blue sea wandering dragon daggers shot out, and Nine Tails, who was also shocked by the electricity, also launched an attack. As the 9-star chain swept into the school of lanternfish, Nine Tails caught one with his tail and crushed another to death with one of his legs. The group of lanternfish seemed to be surprised to see them fight back, so they scattered around and increased the electric current immediately. Buzz. However, they didn't know Han Fei had been used to electric shocks. Han Fei was stretching his body to let the current flow throughout his body. Although Han Fei was still twitching slightly, he was not afraid. The electric current of the lanternfish was much stronger than that of the piercing electricity jellyfish, but they were much less in number. And compared to dragon eels, its current was not that strong. Therefore, this level of current was actually good for Han Fei. Come back, Nine Tails. Han Fei withdrew Nine Tails and did not attack, but instead let these lantern fish discharge electricity on him. With this, he practiced the indestructible body art to see if he could forcefully break through his upper limit of 4,199 points. Of course, Han Fei did not devote himself to cultivation. He held a knife and remained vigilant. The singing voice had disappeared. The voice was so creepy that he did not rush forward. If he ran down to look for the source of the voice, God knew what awaited him. He might as well enjoy the electrotherapy, which might improve his physique. Half an hour later, the lanternfish were all dumbfounded. What the hell are we shocking? Why? Haven't they died? Some lanternfish became feeble after running out of electricity, so they wagged their tails and tried to leave. However, Han Fei waved his fishing rod and hooked the weak lanternfish back. The hooked lanternfish was panicked and hurriedly used all its electricity to zap Han Fei. However, after it discharged all its electricity, Han Fei chopped off the flashing light on its head. When the hundreds of lanternfish discharged all their electricity, Han Fei could easily catch one every time he waved his fishing rod. He quite enjoyed the game. However, most of the lanternfish ran away, and Han Fei only collected less than 50 flashing lights. La, 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 la. Suddenly, the voice appeared again. Han Fei quickly looked around and perceived with his spiritual perception, but there was nothing. Han Fei immediately threw the fishing hook, which circled around but still found nothing. La, la. Han Fei's face turned dark. The voice was like a fisher girl humming softly. The sound was very clear and could even be said to be very pure. However, no matter how pure the voice was, it was creepy for it to appear from the deep sea. Han Fei immediately activated a spiritual energy protective cover, tentatively swimming forward. Along the way, Han Fei ignored the small shrimp that intended to attack him. Under this strait, there were very few spiritual plants. As for fish, he had only seen the lanternfish. After swimming for dozens of miles, Han Fei was taken back. What is that? It's a tadpole? Yes, Han Fei was sure that it was a tadpole as big as a calf. Its body was chubby with a long tail. At this moment, the tadpole was floating in the water and its body was shaking slightly. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Name: wonton fish. Introduction: its stomach occupies 90% of its body. It has a great ability to swallow. An omnivorous creature, its skin is hard and cannot be pierced by non-spiritual weapons. Quality: exotic, ultra quality. Quality: rare. Contained spiritual energy 1618 points. Effect: inedible. Collectible: fish skin. Absorbable. Han Fei was surprised. Wonton fish? I have only heard of wonton noodles. And what does it mean by that its stomach occupies 90% of its body? While Han Fei was observing the fish, its body suddenly inflated like a bubble. And as its body grew bigger, its huge mouth that spanned half of its body opened. Han Fei was shocked. Wow, this fish's mouth is even bigger than little Black's. And then, this fish's mouth suddenly turned like a sail. That huge mouth looked like a double-layered fish skin, and when it opened, it doubled its size. Shoot. Han Fei felt a strong pull around his body. The big mouth, which was a bit like a plate ray, surprised him. He immediately threw a blue sea wandering dragon dagger over. However, the dagger that was thrown out was pulled by the force, losing its direction, making it spin away in the sea. Then, it was swallowed by the wonton fish in one bite. Han Fei frowned and tried to pull the knife out. However, he suddenly discovered that the dagger that was sucked into the stomach of the wonton fish was losing contact with him. Immediately afterwards, Han Fei found that his body was flying towards the wonton fish uncontrollably. This shocked him. What the hell is the fish? Han Fei just let the fish to suck him over, holding two blue sea wandering dragon daggers in his hands, which were shining with spiritual energy. Rip. Just when Han Fei was about to be sucked into the mouth of the wonton fish, with a dazzling cold light, he tore this wonton fish that was like a big pocket into two pieces. Han Fei's body was covered with a layer of filth. Watching his dagger fall out of the belly of the wonton fish, Han Fei found that it was a little out of control. Huh? Most of my residual spiritual energy has been swallowed. How did it do that? Han Fei kicked the wonton fish lying on the seabed like a fish skin and took it in to forge the universe. This fish skin was really tough, and it may not decay for 100 years if it was used to make a map. Han Fei looked around and was relieved when he did not find another wonton fish. This fish, without opening its mouth, was like a tadpole, but when it opened its mouth, it looked like a monster. It was so horrifying. Han Fei hoped there would be hundreds more lantern fish so that he could enjoy electrotherapy again. He went on and met a few octopus. However, octopus were very smart and hid in the cracks of the stones. About 10 minutes later, Han Fei heard the singing sound again. This time, the voice seemed clearer. Han Fei immediately looked around. It was dark all around and there were not many creatures. La, 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 la. Humph. I'm gonna find you soon. Who are you trying to scare? Han Fei sped up and encountered another wonton fish on the way, which he slaughtered. After about half an hour, Han Fei suddenly found that there was no road ahead. That weird singing still appeared occasionally, but this submarine canyon had no way ahead. No, the voice is echoing, so that thing must still be here. Han Fei looked back. This time, he was much slower. He directly sensed with spiritual perception and explored each rock along the way. An hour later, Han Fei suddenly stopped in front of a rock wall. This rock wall looked quite ordinary with some sparse seaweed on it. However, there were dozens or hundreds of small holes in this rock wall. If they were just common holes, Han Fei would not pay much attention. However, the small holes here seemed to be similar in size. Han Fei patted the rock wall. It was a real rock, not virtual. Then, Han Fei put his ear on the rock wall. La, la, la. Han Fei jumped back with a jerk and quivered. As he put his ears on the rock wall, he heard the singing from inside. Wow. Is the sound from the stone? Han Fei was pondering. How could the stone make a sound? 9 tails, dig. Let me see what the hell it is. Bang. Bang bang, as 9 tails punched the rock, the sound inside stopped. Abruptly. As I expected, there is something in it. Since it can make a sound, it is not a stone. 9 tails, dig. After a while, a small hole half the height of a man was dug out by 9 tails. The loud noise attracted a group of lantern fish. So, Han Fei began to enjoy electrotherapy while waiting for 9 tails to dig open the stone. About an hour later, this thick rock wall had a channel dug through it. At this time, Han Fei also finished the electrotherapy. He quickly swam into the cave, and then he was stunned. Damn. Han Fei was dumbfounded. He never imagined that there was another world in this cave. 9 tails didn't just dig out a hole, but a new world. In front of him was like a scene of paradise in a large area of ruins. Inside the mountainside, there was an oasis hidden away. Here, there were large tracts of trees radiating blue light. On the tree trunks and branches, there were thin tubes, just like the meridians of the human body, which were clearly visible. In those thin tubes, there seemed to be a kind of beautiful light source, shining like a revolving lamp. Is this light like the tree's blood? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder. On the ground, there were flowers that resembled spiral staircases. Or to be exact, they couldn't be called flowers. Their petals glowed with blue and white light. Before Han Fei had time to stop him, the curious nine tails had rushed into the glowing flowers quickly shrank their petals and turned into conical flower buds. Around the flowers, there were clumps of seaweed, but it didn't look like normal seaweed. The plants were like long beards, covering the ground like a green carpet. In the seawater, there were colorful little shrimp shuttling around, which seemed to be alarmed by the sudden movement as they danced like fireflies flying in the night. Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat. It was too beautiful. Han Fei pondered for a long time, but couldn't find a word to describe this strange, yet beautiful place. La, 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 la. The gentle song sounded again and Han Fei immediately came back from his dream. Han Fei frowned. Why is there such a weird jungle inside the mountain? Han Fei sensed with his spiritual perception and found that there were no other creatures except for beautiful plants and some small shrimp, crabs, and snails. Because of this, Han Fei felt strange. He would rather believe that this was a dangerous place with unknown fierce creatures. In that case, it would be much more harmonious than the peaceful scene in front of him now. Han Fei glanced around. The cave was not too high, probably less than 50 meters high. The trees could only push their limbs to the top, and then they began to grow horizontally. This led to this paradise being covered by plants. Swish! 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 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers floated around Han Fei's body. Han Fei didn't believe it would be so harmonious here, and in most cases, under this kind of beauty, there would often be hidden horrors. Han Fei walked into the depths of the jungle step by step, and the cheerful singing gradually turned into a humming, with an ethereal voice. Attach. 9 tails attached to him and 9 chains appeared behind Han Fei. Having the 9-star chains and blue sea wandering dragon daggers guarding him, he was not scared at all. As he walked by, those weird flowers seemed to perceive danger and they all shrank. Some shrank into flower buds, some into balls, and some straight into the ground. Han Fei sighed. If only Luo Xiaobai were here at this time. Maybe she could communicate with these plants and learn more about this place. However, he couldn't. He could only brave forward. After walking for a moment, Han Fei suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Why did he unconsciously walk forward for so long? The singing voice. When he heard the singing, he seemed to be enchanted and unconsciously went deeper into the jungle. Han Fei looked back and found that the way back had been blocked by the blooming plants, and the entrance of the cave could not be seen at all. And he, like an explorer walking alone in the Amazon jungle, came in with hope. But suddenly couldn't find his way back. Stupid camouflage. Suddenly, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers began to spin, and the surrounding area was chopped into a mess in an instant. The flowers were withering, the branches were chopped off, and the small flashing shrimp and crabs fled. La, 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 la. The humming didn't stop. Han Fei ran quickly in the jungle. After a while, he seemed to have reached the center of the cave. Yes, Han Fei was sure this was the heartland. He saw a red tree, less than 50 meters high, with long branches and sharp palm-like red leaves, which were more gorgeous than maple leaves in autumn. On one of the branches, a red and white fish was looking at him. Han Fei's pupils constricted. This fish was even more beautiful than Little White. To be precise, Little White was more like a pure little girl, while this fish was like an enchanting and charming, pretty lady. The commonality between the two was that they both had long tails. On their fins, tails, and dorsal fins, there were long whiskers like streamers. Han Fei was sure that this was the most beautiful fish he had ever seen. La, 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 la. The sound was made by this red and white fish. A string of data appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name Millennium Snapper. Introduction. The fairy in the deep-sea jungle has a charming appearance and deceptive power. It can make thousands of different kinds of beautiful sounds through its scales and has the ability to manipulate spiritual plants. It can absorb the vitality of ordinary spiritual plants, and in areas rich in spiritual plants, it almost has the ability of immortality. It is extremely dangerous. Level 38, Quality, Exotic, contains spiritual energy, 2,384 points. Edible effect. Eating it can permanently enhance the body's recovery capacity by several times. Collectible. None. Absorbable. Wow. Han Fei was quite intrigued after reading it was almost immortal, extremely dangerous, and its ability to permanently enhance the body's recovery capacity by several times. What kind of monster was this? A fairy in the sea? Cackle. Cackle. The sound of the snapper changed, and there seemed to be a bursting giggle from its body, which made Han Fei's hair stand on end. Gosh. Suddenly, Han Fei found that his feet were entangled. The seaweed that had been hiding in fright now crazily entangled his feet. The trees with transparent meridians stretched out their branches. The originally beautiful branches suddenly split into countless filaments. Most terrifyingly, the big red tree where the Millennium Snapper inhabited suddenly shook and red leaves fell all over the sky. But Han Fei couldn't feel the beauty at all, because the falling red leaves turned into countless palm-sized swords, like burning flames that shot straight at Han Fei. F***CK. Little Gold, attach. Blade Storm. Han Fei panicked. Who wouldn't be panicked? The tentacles darted at him from every direction, and millions of small red swords shot at him like flying locusts. He was really scared. While Little Gold attached to him, Han Fei began to spin, breaking the seaweed under his feet, and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers, the blade sharp wings, and the 9-star chain all spun together, forming a humanoid sword. Storm. Bam. Bam. Clank, clank, clank. Crack. 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 For a time, various broken voices filled Han Fei's ears. Han Fei seemed to have become a meat grinder, crushing countless spiritual plants, turning them to mulch. The little red sword shattered continuously, and a large number of spiritual plant fragments floated around Han Fei, forming a spiritual plant storm. But Han Fei could perceive that the Millennium Snapper was still looking at him and singing, looking quite confident. La, 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 la. Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed drastically. No. The spiritual plants are poisonous. Han Fei frowned. The seawater was filled with a large number of spiritual plant fragments, which exuded a strange mist, causing Han Fei's rotation speed to drop. Nerve paralytic poison? Han Fei immediately swung the 9-star chain straight at the Millennium Snapper. He didn't know if he could block these poisons. Although he had eaten a lot of anti-poison spiritual fruits, so what? Facing the unknown toxin, Han Fei couldn't help but panic. Han Fei's body was gradually paralyzed. Now his only way out was to catch the fish, before it got him. The chain passed through the ocean of spiritual plants, trying to catch the Millennium Snapper. However, thousands of silk threads of tentacles appeared in front of this fish. After paying a certain price, they held all 9 chains. This caused Han Fei to be unable to spin. Those spiritual plants swarmed up, seeming to be trying to devour Han Fei. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers were still spinning under Han Fei's control. However, the spiritual plants had too many tentacles and gradually entangled Han Fei's body. Bam! Han Fei's body suddenly burst with spiritual energy, shattering the spiritual plants, and then the blue sea wandering dragon bow appeared in his hand. Swish! 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 5 arrows shot out in a row. Wherever they went, the spiritual plants turned to powder. The Millennium Snapper seemed to be frightened and began to dodge in a panic. Spiritual energy arrows exploded in front of the big red tree one after another, each taking away large tracts of spiritual plants. Han Fei was not in a hurry now. Since it couldn't run, he wanted to have fun. He repeatedly shot arrows, consuming 1,000 points of spiritual energy each time. In the blink of an eye, this dreamy jungle turned into a battlefield. Bam! Under the arrow strikes, the Millennium Snapper was hit several times. This directly caused it to stop singing and turn around to run. Run? What makes you think you can still run? Will I allow you to run? Han Fei bombarded the forest at the bottom of the ocean with his long bow. His attacks were not exactly powerful. By his estimation, each attack cost him about 800 points of spiritual energy, which was something that Han Fei could bear. Han Fei had a high capacity of spiritual energy and a well-tempered body, but for this Millennium Snapper, it only had 2,500 points of spiritual energy in total. It did not seem very good in terms of both defense and speed. Bam! 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 The spiritual plants all exploded, and tremendous leaves from the tree were shredded. But to Han Fei's surprise, the branches of the tree were absolutely fine. In the chaos, Han Fei glanced at the tree and checked its data. Name: Big Red Trunk. Introduction: This is a strange wood that is from the ocean forest but has been growing here for unknown reasons. Because of malnutrition, it only has half its previous power. It's capable of sending forth a storm of swords. Its red leaves can unleash tremendous heat. Level 38. Quality: Mutated. Spiritual energy: 6,668 points. Effect: Inedible. Collectible: Big Red Wood. Absorbable. Han Fei suddenly remembered that it was the material for the main keel of the boat on the list that the old man gave him. Then, Han Fei immediately realized that this big red trunk was a mutated version that was of a worse quality. Would it really be suitable as the main keel? Wait. While it can't serve as the main keel, it can definitely work as the side keel. Han Fei was rather delighted. He had found one of the key materials for the boat even though he hadn't been to the seaborne prairie yet. Hiya! Han Fei came back to himself because of the singing. He saw that the Millennium Snapper flapped its fins and raised weird sound waves towards Han Fei. Humph! Break! The fourth move of the War Soul art was activated, and the sound waves were immediately shattered. The Millennium Snapper was blown away by the brunt force and broke a tree into halves. The moment the fish was blown away, the attacks of the plants all came to a stop. Creak. Smack. Han Fei dashed to the Millennium Snapper, which was still trying to run and sing. But Han Fei simply took out his water-dividing seal and slapped it over. This time, the fish had no strength to make a sound anymore. Han Fei even saw that some of its intestines were flowing out. Like a demon, Han Fei stood before the Millennium Snapper and declared, "Bend or die. Demon purification pot, take it." Seeing that nothing happened, Han Fei slapped the fish again and threw it away. "Collect it. You're still refusing? Would you rather be killed? Bam. Collect. If you want to die, I'll satisfy your wish. Bam." After repeating many times, the previously charming Millennium Snapper had been disfigured into an iron-head fish, with broken fins, tail, intestines, and a mouth. At this point, Han Fei had stuck the blue sea wandering dragon dagger in the belly of the fish and shouted, "If you can understand me, this is your last chance. Go in." Han Fei never expected that he would threaten a fish someday. When he ran into the dragon eel, it struggled too, but gave up when it was exhausted. But this Millennium Snapper was rather weird. It was weak and could only control the spiritual plants, but it was unwilling to surrender when it couldn't make a sound anymore. Thankfully, it finally yielded in the end. However, after the Millennium Snapper gave up and was absorbed into the demon purification pot, a shadow was left outside. Han Fei was rather dumbfounded. "Shoot. Who are you?" Han Fei thought that he was having an illusion. He saw the fuzzy image of a human being. He could tell that it was a woman with a rather pretty face. "Thank you." A weird voice popped up in Han Fei's head. Han Fei was greatly shocked. "Who are you?" The image did not reply to Han Fei, but simply went on, "Don't eat the fruits, huh? What fruits? Hey, who are you?" Her voice was rather intermittent. "Don't eat the fruits, or what? Please make yourself clear. Hey, can you hear me? Is the signal bad over there?" However, the image grew dimmer and dimmer. "Don't eat the fish." Han Fei almost burst into tears. "Wait. Sister, are you telling me not to eat the fruits or fish? What's that supposed to mean? And who are you?" But the image got vaguer and vaguer before Han Fei's eyes, until he couldn't hear her voice anymore. The forest fell into silence. Where was she from? How was she related to the Millennium Snapper? Regretfully, nobody could answer Han Fei's question anymore. It was a mystery. But Han Fei remembered the woman's warning not to eat the fruits or fish. Han Fei did not quite understand why. What was wrong with having fish? He had fish every day back when he was in the Thug Academy, but nothing happened. After collecting the Millennium Snapper, Han Fei turned to the tree and chopped it. The moment Han Fei took action, red leaves were already falling. However, a lot of red leaves on the tree had been consumed earlier, and its branches were getting bare. It took Han Fei more than 4 hours to chop the wood. He separated the trunk from the branches and then threw all of them into Forge the Universe, which took up quite some space. Even the root had been dug out by Han Fei. It seemed like a perfect material to make a sculpture and definitely shouldn't be wasted. After it was done, Han Fei felt that his trip was totally worth it. Not only had he collected a Millennium Snapper, but he had also found a side keel for his boat. However, this place hadn't been fully explored yet. While the Millennium Snapper had been gathered, there could be more treasures here. After pressing forward for 1,000 meters, Han Fei was rather scared to see a few tombs. Those tombs had no tombstones or epitaphs. They were just 7 piles of broken stones. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Were they established by the woman he saw just now? 7 tombs meant 7 dead people, but there should be another person who buried them. Han Fei looked around and saw a stone table and a stone chair not far away. Someone seemed to have lived here a long time ago. He was rather surprised. Who would live in the ocean? Did they not need to breathe? He approached the table and found that it was covered in mud. However, there seemed to be a fish skin under the mud. Han Fei wiped the mud, and his eyes cramped. It really was a fish skin. However, this fish skin was ragged and mostly lost. Only a few words had been left on it. Half a month ago, the 8 of us entered the seaborne prairie. It said that the extraordinary spiritual fruits here can change people's spiritual heritage. It's a miracle that I became a dangling fisher with level 1 spiritual heritage, but it's too hard for me to make further progress. However, if I can change my spiritual heritage, everything will be changed. Han Fei was greatly surprised after just reading the first paragraph. How persistent must the man have been to become a dangling fisher with level 1 spiritual heritage? Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that a lot of people in this world didn't succumb to their fate. The man was indeed extraordinary. Han Fei continued reading. The man wrote, while the seaborne prairie is dangerous, the forest below the prairie is even more so. One of us died before he was able to fight. There were terrifying octopi, black lobsters that were heavily armored, and appalling shellfish. Until we ran into the big red trunk. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Big red trunk? Was the big red trunk in this place brought from the seaborne prairie? But then Han Fei realized that this place must be 200 kilometers from the seaborne prairie, which would take a whole day even if they were at full speed on a boat. Why did all of them die in this place? Han Fei continued reading the journal. The story continued on the fish skin. Those big red trunks seemed to be under the control of a certain mysterious power. We didn't break in until we ran out of our spiritual energy. Then, we saw the greatest wonder in this world. It was a branch which seemed to have stretched out from the starry sky and covered almost 10,000 square meters. Full moons were dangling from the branch, and goddesses were singing in the shadows of the moon. The branch did not attack us, but offered us its fruits. The rest of the fish skin was too broken to be read. Han Fei could clearly see the holes caused by sharp swords and the burns caused by fire. Then, Han Fei saw familiar words again at the end of the fish skin. You must not eat the fruits. Those fruits were too delicious and improved my spiritual heritage easily. I felt that I was cleansed, and a strange power melted with me. When I turned around, they tried to kill me. What came next was illegible. Obviously, whoever wrote the journal was beaten up. The fish skin was dyed red by his blood. There was no more content. Han Fei grew wary. In any case, he bore it in his mind that there seemed to be a strange tree in the forest of big red trunk below the seaborne prairie, and that the fruits of the tree were highly alluring but must not be eaten. Han Fei collected the fish skin and searched for more leads, only to find nothing. This doesn't make sense. How can those spiritual plants be flourishing without the support of enough spiritual energy? But after swimming around the place several times, which only had a coverage of 5 square kilometers, Han Fei found nothing but only several holes that connected to the outside world. It seemed that this place was based on nothing. In the end, Han Fei could only regard it as a wonder of nature, like the ever sprawling corals that seemed to contain all the colors in the world. They were simply there, even though people didn't know why. Han Fei stopped wasting his time now that he didn't find any treasure. Nothing here was valuable except for the Millennium Snapper and the mutated big red trunk. This was not so much a treasure trove as an undersea wonder. Han Fei did not think too much, as there were too many undersea wonders, such as the cliffs at the bottom of the ocean or the coral reefs. 5 days passed. Han Fei finally came to the edge of the seaborne prairie according to the map. He was relieved to see more and more plants in the water. Protruding his fishing hook out of the surface of the ocean and observing for a moment, he quietly ascended. If his guess was correct, somebody must be hunting him on the surface of the ocean. 2 days earlier, he had run into a peak-dangling fisher at the bottom of the ocean who charged at him without saying anything. Unintimidated, Han Fei summoned the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, and the man immediately fled. Because of that, Han Fei had been hunted for 3 consecutive days. He couldn't have dodged those guys if Little Gold weren't as fast. At this point, Han Fei did not enter the seaborne prairie directly. While the bottom of the seaborne prairie was often explored, this place was famous not because of the bottom, but because of its surface. He thought that it would be a shame if he couldn't appreciate the seaborne prairie. He didn't think that the Sun family could discover him. After all, the seaborne prairie was really huge. On the surface of the ocean, the plants were less dense at the bottom of the ocean, but when Han Fei left the water, more and more seaweed covered the area. The boat ascended to the sky. Han Fei took a deep breath greedily and looked at the ocean that really looked like a prairie. The surface of the ocean was a combination of seaweed and algae that was almost half a meter thick, enough for a human to walk on. But of course, walking there could be as dangerous as walking in a swamp. One would never know what they would step on next. The seaweed puffs were full of barnacles. Above the seaweed, the high reeds rose in clusters everywhere. Han Fei finally knew why this place was dangerous. If a person walked on the seaweed around the reeds, it meant that they would see absolutely nothing except the sky above them. There was no telling if a sea serpent would suddenly jerk from the bottom of the ocean, or if daggers would be darted to them from somewhere nearby. Han Fei realized that the seaborne prairie was terrifying probably also because the dangling fisher's range of mental perception was not huge. At this point, Han Fei looked at the distance and found that the reeds spread to 100 kilometers away. There were only 2 ways to enter the seaborne prairie, from the surface, and from the bottom. Undoubtedly, certain special creatures must be hiding among the reeds. They might be less dangerous than those in the water, but Han Fei had never been there, so he couldn't really tell. When he briefly stopped in the sky, someone flew a boat dozens of kilometers away. Shoot. Really? How can it be so coincidental? Han Fei was about to run, but that boat simply changed its course and flew away. Who? How scary. Damn it. It's just a badge. What exactly is the sea token? Why are the people from the 1,000-star city trying to catch me in the level 3 fishery? Is it really worth it? Han Fei was relieved knowing that the stranger was not from the Sun family. It was the tradition in the level 3 fishery that most people were unwilling to have any sort of communication with others unless they were pirates on ghost boats, because they couldn't tell if others were friendly or not. But of course, the rule did not apply to the strongest experts. Eventually, Han Fei decided to land. He thought that, since he was merely at the periphery of the seaborne prairie, it couldn't be too dangerous. Besides, he had seen people around here, which meant that there must be plenty of adventurers at the edge of the seaborne prairie. After all, he could only see dozens of kilometers, and the seaborne prairie was much bigger. There must be people in other areas too. When he was 50 meters from the surface, Han Fei began to perceive. He found a turtle hiding among the algae and some common fish that were of no threat to him. So, he collected his boat and landed on the reeds softly. After he landed, he was mired in the algae after only 2 steps. Hey! This road is rather tricky. After that, Han Fei moved agilely and cleared the path with multiple blue sea wandering dragon daggers. The reeds on his way were all cut apart. He had already examined those reeds with his perception, but it was possible that there might be hidden dangers. After several hundred meters, Han Fei suddenly looked down, only to see a few sea stars which had climbed to his legs and were trying to penetrate their tentacles into Han Fei's skin. He unleashed his spiritual energy and shattered the sea stars into pieces. Apart from the sea stars, several creatures that looked like tiny snakes suddenly lunged at Han Fei. They were not really slow, but they were regular creatures after all, and they had been chopped into pieces before they could bite Han Fei. Should I go from the bottom? There does not seem to be any treasures here. After another couple of kilometers, Han Fei frowned. It was obviously unrealistic to travel on the seaborne prairie on foot, as the reeds were even denser than the algae in the water. Han Fei decided to give up. When Han Fei was about to take out his boat, he had a strong sense of crisis and stepped aside subconsciously. At that moment, Han Fei peeped at one side, only to see a flashing tongue that was thin and long like a noodle. Hew! 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 Han Fei was greatly shocked. How could a creature have sneaked up on him when he had been on full alert? He had already slashed out with his blue sea wandering dragon daggers, but he missed his target. A gigantic creature jerked and rolled its tongue at Han Fei. Again. Han Fei was not exactly scared with his 2 daggers, but the moment he saw the information, he trembled and fell back. Name: Green Arrow Venomous Frog. Introduction. This is an aggressive frog that lives in the seaborne prairie. They can kill beginner dangling fishers easily. They're good at disguises and live among the algae most of the time. Level 35. Quality Rare. Spiritual Energy 1620 points. Effect: Inedible. Collectible: Green Arrow Venom. Absorbable. Han Fei swallowed a frog that could kill a beginner dangling fisher easily? He was slightly shocked, knowing that he probably couldn't resist the poison. The anti-poison fruits he had were only helpful when he was a great fishing master, but now that the venom had reached a new level, those fruits probably wouldn't help. Immediately, Han Fei raised his hand and established water shields. Seeing that the green arrow venomous frog quickly disappeared into the reeds, Han Fei darted out 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers and blocked its retreat. Poochie. The green arrow venomous frog was killed after it had just jumped into the algae. Its stomach was cut open, and 3 daggers were left in its head. After clearing the reeds within 30 meters with the blue sea wandering dragon daggers, Han Fei finally pulled the frog out carefully. When he saw the patterns on the back of the green arrow venomous frog that were identical to the algae, he couldn't have looked more awful. This creature had clearly fooled his senses earlier when he reached out with his perception. What a remarkable disguise, and it's just a rare creature. Huh? Is this the poison sac? When Han Fei plucked one of the blue sea wandering dragon daggers from the back of the frog, he saw that its edge was green and knew that it had cut the poison sac. Oddly enough, the back of the frog was in different shades, so it was hard to tell it from the algae, but the parts with a deeper color were where the venom was stored. Han Fei had an idea when he saw the venom. Wouldn't it be easy and convenient to deal with strong enemies with venom? Immediately, Han Fei took out several vials and carefully stored the venom of the frog. After some hard work, Han Fei gathered about 50 ounces of venom. Then, he sat on his boat and flew out of the seaborne prairie, ready to submerge where the seaweed was less dense. A moment later, Han Fei appeared at the bottom of the sea. He was more or less scared by the dim creepy plants. Back when he and his teammates explored the deep-sea jungle in the Level 2 fishery, Wenren came to their rescue many times. This time, he didn't have any teammates, so he made a plan for himself. He could explore this place, but for no more than 1,000 kilometers. He wouldn't press further until he confirmed that the creatures behind that boundary weren't too dangerous for him. At the bottom of the ocean, Han Fei swam forward silently and steadily. He could see nothing but algae and seaweed that was slightly floating along with the water current. He felt that his blood was freezing after a quick glance. He saw that much of the algae had been nibbled on by spirit-devouring bugs. Those bugs were not horrifying when they were alone, but there were too many of them. Han Fei kept a distance from the algae that were haunted by the spirit-devouring bugs. Although those insects were only level 3, anyone who approached a swarm of them would have no chance to regret it. Thankfully, the algae weren't so dense at the edge of the seaborne prairie, and Han Fei could still avoid the spirit-devouring bugs. After about 20 kilometers, the algae grew intense, and Han Fei saw plenty of ponytail algae, which floated in the water like long snakes. Han Fei would have attacked them if he hadn't seen their roots. But Han Fei was shocked when he entered the jungle of those ponytail algae as they trembled all of a sudden. To Han Fei's shock, creatures that looked like lines extended from the inside of the ponytail algae. Name Beauty's beard. Introduction: This is a bloodthirsty parasite that lives inside ponytail algae. They can be 100 meters long and can suck their enemy's blood. After entangling with them, they can be used to weave fishing nets. Level 33. Quality Rare. Spiritual Energy 516 points. Effect Inedible. Collectible Vine Vein. Absorbable. Han Fei was slightly stunned. Those insects could be weaved into a fishing net? He had never seen such a material before. Fishing nets were not a new concept, but there were no suitable materials for a fishing net in the Level 1 or Level 2 fisheries. The blood spider silk was too thin to make a net. Han Fei did not expect to see a suitable material in the Level 3 fishery. However, Han Fei was in no mood to weave a fishing net now, because he had been surrounded by beauty's beards and had to survive first. Han Fei tried to cut the beauty's beards with the blue sea wandering dragon daggers, but then he realized that those insects were smart enough to dodge his attacks. After 2 attacks, Han Fei cut one of them, but when he turned around, he was surrounded by hundreds more. 9-tailed mantis shrimp, come out and dig holes. Having no choices, Han Fei could only dig down. He had estimated that he would Be tied up by the beauty's beards, soon considering how slowly he was cutting them. But out of Han Fei's expectation, roots of plants attacked him after he had just dug dozens of meters into the soil with the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Huh? Are those plants all crazy? Han Fei cut them with the daggers and found that there were no beauty's beards, so they could be chopped easily, so he asked the nine-tailed mantis shrimp to continue. Han Fei knew that the soil could be dangerous too, but it would still be much safer than the beauty's beards and the spirit-devouring bugs up above. After Han Fei and the nine-tailed mantis shrimp minced countless roots and killed dozens of mess-swallowing worms and sea serpents, he sensed enormous quakes above his head and asked the nine-tailed mantis shrimp to dig upwards. But before he dug out, he found 3 people lurking inside the mud. Han Fei? The 3 strangers? The mud exploded all of a sudden. The 3 of them attacked Han Fei simultaneously. Great! We didn't expect to meet someone else here. But you're by yourself. And you should die. All the 4 of them rushed out of the mud and glared at each other. Han Fei saw that the 3 strangers were using a hook, an axe, and a saber, respectively. They were all beginner dangling fishers, and in their fusion state, they seemed determined to kill him. Han Fei was lost for words. Hey! Let's just talk nicely. Who are you people? Who are we? Hee hee. Stop pretending. You know who we are. Kill him. The guy with a saber charged at Han Fei with enormous waves, and his companions covered him. Han Fei spoke telepathically. Do you really not want to talk? You can talk to the sea god. Die. Bam. Hew. 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 A terrifying power suddenly emerged, and the water-dividing seal knocked out the saber guy easily. The outbreak of the 9-star chains was so unexpected that the hook guy had been tied up before he could react. The axe guy was the poorest. He saw nothing but a gold and red flash before he was blown 100 meters away into the ponytail algae as if he had been hit by a hill. No. Help me. Han Fei saw that the man was instantly tied up by the ponytail algae, and countless tentacles were trying to crawl into his body. But since they couldn't break his defense, they could only enter his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Han Fei was quite appalled by the scene. Was that the outcome of being caught by the beauty's beards? It seemed rather bloody. The other 2 strangers weren't any better. The saber guy had been smashed into the mud by Han Fei's seal. But he abandoned his teammate and escaped, because he had recognized the gold and red flash to be a contractual spiritual beast that had wings. Han Fei didn't give him a chance at all. He had been too heavily wounded after the strike of the water-dividing seal to escape anyway. Han Fei took out the blue sea wandering dragon bow and transformed 1,600 points of spiritual energy into an arrow, which rumbled through the running man. The man couldn't understand to his death how the stranger could be so strong when he was a beginner dangling fisher too. The battle was not long or impressive. While Han Fei could hardly defeat a peak dangling fisher, he could crush 5 guys of his level very easily. The last of them, handcuffed by the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, was horrified when Han Fei walked to him slowly. Don't kill me. I can tell you everything. Han Fei's lips curled. Is that so? Someone told me that nobody is to be believed in the level 3 fishery. If you want to live, tell me your secrets. The man said in panic, I have secrets. I have. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Oh? Tell me about them. You have only one chance, and you'd better seize it. The man looked at Han Fei as if he were a devil. Will you really let go of me? Han Fei said impatiently, if you waste any more of my time, I'll send you to the sea god. The man shivered and said, I know a treasure trove 3,000 kilometers into the seaborne prairie. Han Fei stared at the man without blinking. 3,000 kilometers? He had met a lot of dangers after he just traveled 100 kilometers, and this guy thought he could go 3,000? Han Fei said, I said you only had one chance. You're telling me that the three of you could go 3,000 kilometers into it? You think I'm an idiot? The man shook his head quickly. No. No. We have a map. Han Fei was refreshed. Give me that. Han Fei was given not a new map, but a well-worn one. The wear and tear on the fish skin suggested that the map was made a long time ago. He asked, curiously, where did you get this map? The man hesitated and said, Fr. From someone else. Han Fei nodded and asked, you attacked me the moment you saw me, and your teamwork was not bad. It couldn't have been your first time. So, are you in the ghost boat business? Yes. The man did not deny it. Battles were anything but unusual for the pirates on ghost boats. If Han Fei hadn't killed two of them so quickly, there would have been a lot of ways for them to turn things around. Han Fei asked in confusion, then why were you lurking here? Did you know that someone would drop by? The man nodded. Actually, the seaborne prairie is a place where ghost boats are gathered in the level 3 fishery, because it's very easy to hide in this place. Anyone who wants to hunt us down might be killed first here. Han Fei raised his eyebrow. So, there are a lot of pirates in this place? Yes. Han Fei asked, how many are out there exactly? The man thought for a moment said, there's always a pirate team every 100 kilometers. But they never press too deep into the seaborne prairie, which would be lethal even for us. Han Fei realized that the place was much livelier than he had expected. According to what the man said, Han Fei would be hunted every 100 kilometers if he roamed at the edge of the seaborne prairie. It was only logical. After all, Han Fei was all by himself, and he was perfect prey as a beginner dangling fisher. Han Fei asked, what's the furthest place you've been to? The man replied, 300 kilometers. We lost 2 men that time. Han Fei was rather surprised. 2 beginner dangling fishers were killed after only 300 kilometers? That was a high casualty rate. Han Fei recalled the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and little gold. The man's eyes were cramping. He had never seen a spiritual beast with wings. And he knew that this young man couldn't be anyone ordinary. Those 2 powerful spiritual beasts told him that this young man was a monster. When the man thought in fright that he would probably be killed, Han Fei suddenly said, I said I wouldn't kill you, and I won't. You can go now. Stunned and exhilarated, the man crawled into the mud and escaped. But he was too busy running to see that Han Fei was shaking his head. Han Fei shattered the treasure map into pieces with his spiritual energy. Because he knew that it was a fake one. He might have been interested to explore it if the map was authentic. Han Fei sneered. You may have a chance of survival to run to other places in the forest, but why are you running outwardly? During these days, Han Fei had been on thin ice himself, because he knew that a lot of people must be searching the edge of the seaborne prairie. He never showed up on the surface of the water even when he had to breathe. This man would likely be interrogated when he was caught. He might survive if He hadn't seen little gold, but now that he had seen it, it was barely possible for him to survive. But Han Fei did not consider it a big deal. He dug in the mud and found the sea-swallowing seashell of the man his arrow killed. There wasn't a lot of good stuff in the sea-swallowing seashell. Just a boat. A spiritual fruit, 20,000 mid-quality pearls, and 2 low-quality spiritual blades. They were not valuable, but Han Fei did not refuse them, not after his huge losses earlier. Han Fei did not leave immediately. He worked for a long time in a secret corner and established a spirit gathering array as well as a few ancillary arrays. The moment the spirit gathering array took shape, spiritual energy was already flowing to this place from all directions. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. The speed of the spirit gathering array was almost as good as a dangling fisher cultivating in this place. As he expected, after only several seconds, the ponytail algae stuck out their tongues, and the beauties' beards were gathered. Han Fei saw that crabs, snakes, and conchs were revealing themselves from the mud and the plants too. Many spirit-devouring bugs were floating to this place too. Han Fei casually put a tiny bottle here that contained a drop of the venom from the green arrow venomous frog. He sneered and said, "Hey, Sun family, this will be my gift for you." At the edge of the seaborne prairie, Zhang Ming escaped crazily and did not stay in the seaborne prairie at all, because he would certainly be killed and robbed when he was spotted by other ghost boats in this place. Ascending in his boat and unleashing his spiritual energy, he was finally relieved when he was hundreds of kilometers away from the seaborne prairie. He swore that he would never get off from a dragon boat after he found one. However, while he was looking forward to the future, 3 boats suddenly emerged from the clouds. A moment later, Zhang Ming almost burst into tears. "Your peak-dangling fishers. Why are you doing the ghost boat business too?" Now, Zhang Ming was on his knees on the deck, and one of the strangers asked him coldly, "Have you ever seen this young man?" The second group of pirates that Han Fei encountered included 5 people. Due to the restriction of the terrain, 3 of them escaped after the battle. At this point, Han Fei was picking up the 2 sea-swallowing seashells and establishing arrays again. Different from earlier, Han Fei established a stealth array and a spirit explosion array, which could heavily wound a peak dangling fisher, if not kill them. Han Fei had dropped the idea to save spiritual energy for arts deduction or to reach new levels. This seaborne prairie was dangerous, and he should preserve his spiritual energy in case he needed it. After 300 kilometers, Han Fei found that a battle once took place here, as indicated by the broken algae and the bodies of the spirit-devouring bugs. It's been 300 kilometers. Han Fei frowned at the red wood before his eyes. Was this the dangerous place that the people he saw referred to? Earlier, the journal he retrieved from the Millennium Snapper stated that there was big red trunk in the seaborne prairie. However, he didn't see any big red trunk, but a lot of sea redwood. The sea redwood was almost an excellent material for boats, but it was definitely not the greatest treasure 300 kilometers into the seaborne prairie could offer. However, the traces of logging nearby implied that most people wandered in the seaborne prairie to chop the sea redwood, which was the easiest thing for most adventurers in the level 3 fishery. Han Fei continued his exploration without staying. When he was 500 kilometers in, he saw a black fish swallowing the spirit-devouring bugs on the algae. Name: Scavenger. Introduction: they're the cleaners in the ocean that eat algae, moss, fish, bodies, and almost everything else. It has hard armor and can barely be killed. Its fins can be made into magic weapons. Level 36. Quality rare. Spiritual energy 1826 points. Effect: it will result in the chaos of spiritual energy when eaten. Collectible fins. Absorbable. Han Fei was rather stunned. It was probably the first fish he had seen to cause negative effects when eaten. At this point, the scavenger had already seen Han Fei. Immediately, its fins were opened up, and its head and tail rose like hard bones, making it look like a hedgehog. Han Fei swam close and planned to observe it more carefully, and it simply crouched in the water without swimming away. Clang, clang. Han Fei tapped it with the blue sea wandering dragon dagger, and a crisp sound echoed in the sea. Interesting. I'll spare you if you can take a full-strength attack from me. Han Fei raised his dagger and slashed it down, gathering his spiritual energy and launching an attack. Poochie, huh? I didn't even break its skin? Han Fei's eyes widened. He found that this creature was different from the scavengers he knew in that it had nothing but skin and bones. More importantly, its skin was half a foot thick. Han Fei could barely tell whether it was skin or flesh. He was lost for words, and also shocked, because it was the first fish that could resist a full-strength attack from him. Its defense was unbelievable. Huh. Could my indestructible body be like this later? Han Fei shivered. He decided that he might as well kill himself if his body was going to turn into such a wretched look. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes grew cold. He sensed a vague quake below his feet and dropped his easiness. They're coming faster than I expected, aren't they? Zhang Ming was dead. His eyes were widened before his head. Right in the place where Han Fei just set him free, he was tied up by countless beauties' beards after he broke out of the soil and then was cut into two parts by a pair of gigantic pincers. The guys who came with Zhang Ming were all shocked to see that this place had been enshrouded by the beauties' beards as well as other lurkers. The moment they emerged from the soil, a couple of snakes mauled them. The few peak-dangling fishers attacked simultaneously, mincing the beauties' beards and wiping out the conchs, snakes, and crabs. Humph. It's definitely that boy. Someone said, that guy is a genius. He set up a spirit-gathering array here and attracted a lot of creatures. It seems that he spared that guy intentionally. He knew that we were after him. Another person replied, he's indeed something, or we wouldn't have been deployed to catch him. However, he still underestimated the peak level. Dangling fishers. He really thinks that the beauties' beards and those regular creatures could kill us? One of them sneered at the tiny bottle in the spirit-gathering array. The pivot of the array is here. Humph. That little thief can't be far away. He reached his hand for the bottle. In his experience, good stuff was often placed at the pivot of the array to bait other creatures. Wait a moment. Someone had just reminded him when the bottle as well as the spirit-gathering array exploded, turning the whole place into a mess. A huge crater was left on the ground after the explosion, and the 7 people escaped rapidly, covered in dust. Fool, do you really think that the boy is an idiot? How could he have not set up traps? All of them looked awful. It was really embarrassing that they were tricked by a boy when they were peak-level dangling fishers. The guy holding the bottle was about to respond, but his face changed greatly. His hands and his face quickly turned green, with blood of the same color running out. Not good. It's the venom of the green arrow venomous frog. The other 6. People all backed off, their faces changing greatly. Antidote. The poisoned man was frightened. The skin all over his body had turned green. After only 1 minute, and green blood was leaking non-stop. Who took the antidote for the green arrow venomous frog? One of the 6 guys asked with an awful expression. However, his companions all shook their heads. The green arrow venomous frogs lived on the surface of the water. They never thought that the antidote to those frogs would be needed in the water. One of them said, "Sun-kun, protect your heart with your spiritual energy. Hang in there until we come back." Then, the 6 of them looked at each other and swam to the surface of the ocean simultaneously. It was not difficult to find the antidote to the green arrow venomous frogs. If Han Fei had searched the reeds, he would have found certain plain-looking fruits. Though those fruits were unremarkable, they could resolve the venom of the green arrow venomous frogs. Of course, the antidote was only needed because the victim was a peak-level dangling fisher. If he were a beginner dangling fisher, he would have died already several seconds after he was poisoned. After about half an hour, all of them returned, but they all looked very awful, as Sun-kun had already died. He had turned completely green and black. Damn it! They couldn't be angrier. Sun-kun took the blast of the explosion first. Although the explosion did not hurt him, it stimulated the spiritual energy in his body, and plus with the poison of the green arrow venomous frog, he had been killed as a peak-level dangling fisher. Let's go after him. The boy can't be far away since he lured us to come here. I'm going to find out what a beginner dangling fisher can possibly do. Since the moment of the explosion, Han Fei had established a spirit gathering array and a spirit explosion array. They were not meant to kill anyone. Han Fei knew very well that even 10 explosions might not be enough to kill a peak-level dangling fisher. However, Han Fei needed the spirit gathering array and the spirit explosion array to navigate them and show them that he was here. After setting up the arrays, Han Fei crept into the sea redwood. Starting from this moment, he would play an exciting game with the hunters. Han Fei did not know what was ahead of him, but he was confident of his agility. The beauty's beards and the spirit-devouring bugs were no threat for him at all. Instead of roaming the wood casually, Han Fei sped up. There were a lot of dangers in the wood. Han Fei personally saw that a long insect opened its mouth widely and bit him when he passed by. Having seen it coming, Han Fei smashed it with his seal, breaking both the insect and the tree. Sea spiders were floating among the leaves too. Threads were everywhere when Han Fei passed. He was caught in the spider threads many times and had to cut them with the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Thanks to his speed, he avoided many dangers before they burst out. After every dozen kilometers, Han Fei would drop a pack of spiritual energy behind him. The water shivered again, and Han Fei smiled. The second spirit explosion array had been detonated, so the third one must be underway. Hee. Game on. Several hundred kilometers behind Han Fei, the 6-man team looked awful as they suffered another explosion. Damn it. Did that boy think that he could kill us with such minor arrays? I really don't know what's on his mind. Don't be angry, the boy is luring us to go forward. 1,000 kilometers far is a boundary. Let's go there first and see if the boy dares to press further. Someone reminded them, be careful. He is a spirit gatherer, and he must have left a lot of arrays on his way. We'll be in trouble if he creates a raise in the sea redwood. It doesn't matter. It isn't so easy to create arrays in the sea redwood. The creatures there aren't strong but huge in number. He can't create arrays and fight simultaneously, can he? Out of their expectation, that was exactly what Han Fei was doing. At this point, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, Little Gold, and Little Black were slaughtering the spiders in the sea redwood crazily. Those spiders were rare creatures that had extremely tensile threads. But none of their threads could approach Han Fei. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp, on the other hand, had almost been fully tied up. It could not go stealthy, and its chains were not as sharp as Little Gold's wings. So, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp was quite uncomfortable. Han Fei said, almost there. Don't be hasty. We'll let them be tied up by spider threads. Half an hour later, Han Fei was standing outside of a purple bamboo wood. Different from the bamboo wood in the deep-sea jungle in the level 2 fishery, this one seemed to be a barrier that separated the inner part of the seaborne prairie from the outer part. Han Fei examined the purple bamboo carefully and found a lot of walking sticks that were almost identical to the bamboo. Below his feet, Han Fei found a few insects that looked like earthworms. They were smooth and footless, but they felt as dangerous as the mess swallowing worms. Even so, Han Fei did not pass the barrier recklessly, because neither the walking sticks nor the weird earthworms were strong, which was weird. At this point, another earthquake came close, and Han Fei was rather surprised. Those people had come to the sea redwood already? Immediately, Han Fei rushed into the purple bamboo wood without caring about anything else. He could always hide and forge the universe when his life was at risk, but his pursuers certainly couldn't. He had decided to lead them to the most dangerous places. Right after Han Fei passed the 1,000-kilometer boundary, the hunters from the Sun family were dumbfounded. They had expected another spirit explosion array, but they were caught in a water dungeon array. Damn it. Break it now. Hew. 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 They were truly in a flurry, wondering how the horde of creatures they met every dozens of kilometers were gathered here, as long as they were trapped in the water dungeon array for a moment, they would be tied up by spider threads. More importantly, even if they could break free, the tricks that Han Fei played were consuming too much of their spiritual energy. When there was a forest, there would be insects, whether the forest was above or underwater. Walking sticks were large insects that were best at disguising themselves. Sometimes, when one stared at a twig for a long time and confirmed that it was a twig, it was actually a walking stick. Han Fei regretted it the moment he barged into the bamboo wood, because he found that the walking sticks he perceived were only a tiny proportion of the population. At this point, he was still moving on rapidly, when one of the purple bamboos suddenly moved. Han Fei felt terrible. He had been looking for insects on the bamboo. Little did he anticipate that the bamboo could be insects themselves. Also, there was more than one of them. When Han Fei stopped briefly, he found that at least 5 of the 10 bamboo shoots were walking sticks. F***ck. Han Fei immediately went in half-stealth mode and quickly cut the insect limbs with 2 daggers. Chilla. Clink, clink. Ci. The limbs were harder than he expected. Han Fei thought that they could be used to build magic weapons. A moment later, Han Fei's face changed. Different from other insects, the Walking sticks had pointy hooks at the front end of their limbs, and those hooks weren't shown unless they were attacking. What shocked Han Fei was that the hooks were so penetrative that they could stab into his skin. Thankfully, the walking sticks weren't exotic creatures, or he would have been riddled with holes if all of them poked their hooks in him. Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei swam quickly amidst the noise and ignored the minor injuries. It had occurred to him that earthworms with appalling fangs would emerge from the soil if he slowed down. Han Fei had been accidentally bitten when he was dodging the walking sticks, and hundreds of tentacles stretched out from the big worm and intended to tie him up. Han Fei was so scared that he launched a spiritual energy explosion. Immediately, to his astonishment, the big worm kept biting him when it had been half blown up, and it seemed to be planning to attack further. "I'm going to kill you." The big worm was finally cut into pieces by 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers, but when he was delayed, the tentacles of the walking sticks and other big worms popped up again. Little gold, attach and retreat. Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on himself and fled. He knew that the water dungeon array couldn't stop the pursuers forever, and he had to find a place more dangerous before they broke free. In the middle of the sea red wood, one of the guys from the Sun family gathered half of his spiritual energy and crumbled the water dungeon array. He launched another attack and cut dozens of spiders apart. Their leader shouted, "Sun Chi, you will retreat first. Whatever it takes. Inform young Master Sun Mu of what has happened." Sun Chi was the guy who broke the water dungeon array. In order to break the array, Sun Chi had not just consumed half of his total spiritual energy, but also his mental power. He couldn't be back to his peak state soon after the attack. Sun Chi nodded and said, "Wait for me." Sun Chi turned around and left, and the other 5 didn't look too good. Their leader said, "Don't let the boy weaken us again. We'll circumvent the next spirit gathering array we see." While the people of the Sun family were stuck in the array, Han Fei finally passed through the bamboo wood, but he had tiny holes all over him and looked like a beehive. Han Fei found himself to be in a spacious place with seaweed and reefs everywhere. Above him were entangled algae, and below his feet were countless shells, mostly broken and in various colors. Not far away, Han Fei saw a huge clam opening and closing, and several black moonsicle fish were swimming quickly amongst the reef. Han Fei was slightly relieved. This place seemed much safer than the bamboo wood. He should be safe as long as he stayed away from the algae. However, when Han Fei was about to press forward, he noticed an enormous eyeball staring at him hundreds of meters away. On a closer look, he found that it was on the head of an enormous dark green snake. Shoot! Data popped up in his eyes. Name: snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus. Introduction: this is a mutated creature that's developed from a combination of multiple eggs. It's appallingly fast and aggressive. It can swallow creatures 10 times its size. It's highly venomous. Level 39. Quality: exotic, spiritual energy, 4,568 points. Effect: inedible. Collectible: none. Absorbable. Shoot! Han Fei was stunned for a moment. He had thought that it was a snake, but it turned out to be an octopus? Another 7 heads suddenly emerged next to the first snake head, which were gruesome. Han Fei had goosebumps all over his body. He could accept a 3-headed snake, or an 8-headed one, but how could this creature have 8 snake heads and a shark head? How did it grow? Han Fei stepped back when the 8 snake heads and the shark one stared at him, knowing that he must have trespassed on the creature's nest. He had sensed spiritual fruits behind the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus. It was not one of the fruits on trees, but growing among bushes. Those spiritual fruits must be extraordinary since they had such a protector. If it were any other time, Han Fei might have fought this freak and tried to kill it. But this day was different. He had people chasing him. Now, he had to slip away from this creature, or it would attack him relentlessly if nobody else distracted it. Han Fei did not intend to enter Forge the Universe here. By his estimation, strong as the creature was, it was only equal to a peak-level dangling fisher. At best. If he had more than one hunter, this creature would definitely be killed by them. He didn't think that this creature was as invincible as it seemed. So, if he were to enter Forge the Universe here, when would he get out? Han Fei's plan was to consume the spiritual energy of his pursuers without giving them any time to rest. Then, he would attract a lot of creatures to a dangerous place and let them kill the pursuers. Even if the pursuers weren't killed, it would be very easy for him to finish them off. But it seemed that he had to give up his plan now. For a moment, Han Fei was in a dilemma. Damn it. Let's do this. The water surged, and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and little gold were released at the same time. The moment the 2 legendary creatures were released, Han Fei saw that the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus retreated its heads. Han Fei said, 9-tailed mantis shrimp, stay there and watch it. Little gold, too. Don't attack until I ask you to. As he spoke, Han Fei carved the mud with 3 blue sea wandering dragon daggers. This time, Han Fei did not create an array with spiritual energy, but carved it with daggers, which was much more difficult. Also, it was not a spirit-gathering array, but a stealth array. The stealth arrays that Han Fei had deployed earlier could only hinder other people's senses at best and prevent them from seeing things clearly. However, Han Fei had to wager on the stealth array that he wasn't very familiar with, because the octopus would definitely follow him if he were to leave immediately, and the pursuers would be here in no time if he stayed. After a minute, a complicated pattern took shape, but it was not enough. Han Fei filled spiritual energy into the lines, and the stealth array was finally activated. When the stealth array was filled with spiritual energy, the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus moved again. Damn it. Don't panic. This is not a spirit-gathering array. Don't be excited. Han Fei hurried to establish a spirit explosion array outside of the stealth array. He had planned to threaten the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus with it, but the creature only got more excited. Han Fei's face immediately changed. 9-tailed mantis shrimp, little gold. Expand to your maximal size. Receiving Han Fei's message, the 2 contractual spiritual beasts bulged, and a moment later, 2 monsters 30 meters long appeared. The snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus was briefly stunned. Though it was opening its mouth non-stop as if it was going to challenge them, it didn't move. In the end, different creatures could perceive each other. Even though the exotic creature was of a higher level, it was naturally scared of a legendary creature. Han Fei was slightly relaxed and dug into the mud. He didn't know if the stealth array could trick his pursuers. For his safety, he decided to hide in the soil. He had made up his mind that he would take shelter and Forge the Universe for a couple of times if he was unfortunately exposed. He waited half an hour, and his pursuers were still not coming. The 9 Tailed mantis shrimp's tails had almost been extended to the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus's face, and the creature's snake heads had bared their fangs. Hurry up. If you don't come, I'll have to fight this creature first. While Hanfei waited anxiously, he heard bamboo shoots being broken behind him. Immediately, Hanfei buried himself in the soil and recalled the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and little gold. The snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus was stunned. It finally gathered enough courage to fight its enemies, but where had the enemies gone? Broken walking sticks were everywhere in the bamboo wood, and dozens of bamboo shoots were shattered by a cold saber. The 5 people of the Sun family had finally passed through the purple bamboo wood. They saw the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus the moment they came out. At this point, the creature was about to extend its 8 big heads into the stealth array that Hanfei set up, when 5 strangers suddenly showed up. It was rather shocked. The 5 people of the Sun family were taken back too. They hurried to stop their charge. H000000. The 8 snake heads suddenly roared. The 2 tough monsters had gone, only to be replaced by another 5 monsters that were even stronger, so the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus subconsciously decided to flee. However, the people of the Sun family didn't know that the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus was running. Usually, an octopus would boost itself with its tentacles when it was running. But as it happened, this creature's tentacles were snakes, and when it began to flee, all the snakes were straightened and darted at the people of the Sun family. Watch out! Disperse and tame it. After an order, the 5 of them dispersed. One of them raised a bow and shot arrows at it. One of them went straight at the creature's tongues with a long whip. As for the remaining 3 of them, one opened the weapon box and unleashed weapons, one retreated to the rear and injected spiritual energy into his companions, and the last summoned tremendous amounts of algae that rolled towards the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus. Hanfei secretly sighed after seeing that. They were only short a hunter to make a team of all the 5 professions. But even so, they were still very strong. That creature could unlikely resist them unless their spirit gatherer and manipulator were down. Hanfei's first thought was to build hidden weapons, but there was no time for him to craft any and forge the universe now. Who knew when the battle would be over? He had needles, but they were all magic weapons and could barely penetrate through their spiritual energy protective covers. No, the spirit gatherer must die. The snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus was dumbfounded. I'm already fleeing. What more do you want from me? Aren't you taking advantage of me? The strange octopus burst into fury when it was hit by torrents of knives and swords, and its 8 snake heads roared simultaneously. However, before it finished its roar, a sharp arrow was shot into one of its heads and blew up the eyeball. Only half of this head remained. The soul warrior who held the bow said, "It's very sturdy. Surround it and we'll kill it together." At this point, the water was overshadowed by algae. Seeing that it could not escape, the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus finally counterattacked. Ho 0000000. The 8 snake heads expanded by multiple times and spurted out green stinky puke. Hanfei, who was hiding in the mud, saw a good chance. Now that the manipulator had blocked everybody's vision with the sea algae, he had a window to take action. Hanfei immediately summoned Little Black and Little White. Hanfei said, "Go bite that spirit gatherer." Seeing that Little Black was Out, Hanfei pressed Little White, fearing that he might be exposed. But the guys were too occupied in the battle to notice the noises below the ground. They thought that it was only the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus's roar. The spirit gatherer shouted, "Not good. This monster is venomous. Keep your spiritual energy protective cover on." All of them were greatly shocked and hurried to take shelter when the enormous tongues of the monster bit them. Regretfully, they were all on the same level as the monster. The snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus wouldn't be scared at all to fight any one of them, but now that there were 5 of them, it couldn't defeat them, even if it were legendary. However, since it was a time of life and death, the monster could only try its best. It simply stuck out its tongues. In the next moment, 2 waves of air, one freezing and the other scorching, gushed out. Crack! The man with the long whip was frozen together with his weapon. Crack! The ice was broken, and the man hurried to cut the tongue with his long whip. But suddenly, he felt pain on his calf, as if something just bit him. Damn it! Something else is around here. Watch it. Yes, Hanfei had asked Little Black to change its target. In this fierce battle, everybody had been maintaining their spiritual energy protective cover, and it was definitely the best choice to attack those whose spiritual energy protective cover was broken. The manipulator asked, "What other things are there here?" "I've just examined the place." "Did you feel something wrong?" The whip guy frowned. He attacked and looked at his calf, only to see that part of his flesh had been bitten off. However, he did not consider it a big deal and merely thought that someone's weapon accidentally touched him. It escaped his attention that a drop of bright green liquid, enshrouded in a water current, was sent into his body. Hanfei swallowed in delight. One of them was down. Even if the man was not killed, he would be no threat if he lost half of his combat ability. At this point, the scales on the surface of the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus had been crumbled. Immediately, it was riddled with holes by the overwhelming sea algae. In the meantime, the 5 people of the Sun family were attacked too. The armorist slashed his saber, and after a flash, one of the snake heads was cut off. H000000. The place was a complete mess. The strange octopus burst into a fury when the snake head was cut off, and it darted out its scales, making everybody's face change. One of them shouted, "Shield!" The armorist immediately unleashed multiple shields from the weapon box to block the incoming scales. Hew! At this point, the archer shot another arrow and blew up another one of the snake heads. The snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus had lost 2.5 heads. The half head had been broken by the same archer earlier. Hanfei grew impatient. "Monster, work harder. You'll lose all your heads if you don't do anything. You look scary, why don't you do something scarier?" While Hanfei was complaining, nobody noticed that the snake head that had been chopped off suddenly bounced and bit through the armorist's spiritual energy protective cover, before it bit the man's hand off again. Hanfei was immediately excited. He didn't see that coming at all. "Good job." Immediately, drops of venom were delivered into the armorist's body with the water current. Exactly at this moment, the whip guy's face changed. "Not good. I've been poisoned." The manipulator asked in shock, "Since when?" Everybody stepped back, only to see that the whip guy's face had turned green. The spirit gatherer roared, "Take the antidote now. This is the green arrow. Frog venom. That boy is somewhere around here." Han Fei realized that he had been exposed. He was surprised that it only took them 3 seconds to associate him with the poisoning. He was even more surprised to see that the man took out a fruit. He didn't know that there was an antidote. Han Fei couldn't wait anymore. He could not allow the man to take the antidote, even if he had to be exposed. Hew! 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 Shooting 3 arrows, Han Fei revealed himself. Although he had only poisoned 2 people, it shouldn't be a problem for him to resist the remaining soul warrior, the spirit gatherer, and the manipulator. Not good. Little thief. Get out of the way. Han Fei's arrows weren't very powerful. Apart from the arrow of 800 points of spiritual energy that was aimed at the whip guy, the other 2 arrows were fired at the snake heads. The spiritual fruit that the whip guy was holding was blown up by the unexpected arrow. Han Fei shouted, "If you want a fight, bring it on. I'm going to crush all of you today." However, the spirit gatherer whispered, "Careful. Disperse now." As it turned out, the strange octopus had gone crazy after being shot by another 2 arrows, and it finally opened its shark mouth that had remained closed so far, H00000000. The surging sound waves trembled the water within thousands of meters. Han Fei felt that his brain almost exploded. Soul attack? Han Fei was shocked. Even more shockingly, a snake head appeared before Han Fei in the blink of an eye. It was too fast. It was not until this moment that Han Fei recalled that this creature was described to be extremely fast. Han Fei launched the water-dividing seal immediately, but he had been blown into the purple bamboo wood before he turned his head around. The other guys were blown back together with him. To Han Fei's shock, he saw one of the snake heads biting the archer and waving him around crazily. Then, the man was easily bitten into halves. Shoot. Why didn't you go on a rampage sooner, octopus? If you had, I wouldn't have needed to reveal myself. It never occurred to Han Fei that someone would be bitten in half directly. To Han Fei's surprise, he found that the whip guy had taken out another fruit and was sending it to his mouth. Hew. He immediately shot another arrow, but it was too late. Though the man was bleeding because of the poison, he still blocked the attack as a peak level. Dangling fissure. Besides, the monstrous octopus seemed to have completely lost interest in him. After he was poisoned, and it was attacking the rest of the human beings. Attach. Attach. Han Fei immediately unfurled his wings and, dodging an enormous snake head, carried a mottled rod on his shoulder. Seeing that Han Fei was going straight at him, the whip guy roared, "Little thief, you can't kill me even if I've been poisoned. Say that again after you take this attack." The iron rod was slashed down and collided with the long whip. Crack! 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 The long whip, which was a spiritual weapon, was broken, and the whip guy vomited green blood, but he evaded Han Fei's attack. Sensing something behind him, Han Fei did not even bother to look back. He simply unleashed 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers at the enemy. The best time to kill an enemy was when he was sick. Han Fei knew that very well and would certainly not give the man any time to rest. He pressed the water-dividing seal down like a hill and stabbed a blue sea wandering dragon dagger at him. The whip guy was very anxious. Everything was happening so fast that he had no time to cry for help. He widened his eyes and glared at Han Fei. "If you want me to die, just die with me." His broken whip was straightened like a sword and it stabbed into Han Fei's body. Boom. They crashed and fell on a cluster of purple bamboo. A walking stick was about to attack them, but was squashed by them. Han Fei vomited blood as the long whip penetrated through his abdomen, but the whip guy was even poorer. He had been stabbed in the neck by Han Fei, but he stuck the long whip to Han Fei's abdomen, towards his death. Ho 0000000. Han Fei sensed a stinky wind without looking back. He hurried to pick up the guy below him and sheltered himself behind the guy, but in the next second, half of the guy's body was gone. Shoot. Ignoring the pain, Han Fei drew out the long whip and cast the divine healing technique on himself. He then flapped his wings and flew towards the armorist. Because everything happened too fast, the armorist hadn't realized that he was poisoned yet. He had just minced one of the snake heads when Han Fei passed him. He couldn't have looked more awful when he saw Han Fei swimming to him. His two companions had died in the past 10 seconds, and it was all this little thief's fault. Han Fei smiled bitterly. There were 4 snake heads left and 3 guys from the Sun family. He couldn't defeat them yet. Han Fei suddenly disappeared, and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was detached and started digging. You want to run? After only 10 meters deep, Han Fei saw that the enemy's spirit gatherer threw a ball of spiritual energy at him. Shoot. 9-star chain. Clang. 9 chains blocked the unexpected snake head, and Han Fei retreated quickly, glaring at the spirit gatherer. The enormous snake head bit the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and tore it for quite a while. Failing to bite a tail off, it simply threw the 9-tailed mantis shrimp away. Han Fei's face greatly changed. He sensed that the 9-tailed mantis shrimp had been badly hurt. You're asking to be killed. Han Fei recalled the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and gathered 3 balls of 1,000-point spiritual energy, before he threw them at the 3 enemies. He roared, "Come on. Let's see if your spiritual energy is more than mine." Han Fei shot 3,200 points of spiritual energy at the shark head of the octopus as an arrow, cursing the creature for biting his shrimp. Immediately, tremendous scales tried to block that arrow, but they were all pierced through. The snake heads were fine, but a huge hole was left on the shark head. H000000. The chaotic battle went on. All 3 parties were exhausted. The people from the Sun family were all shocked, wondering how much spiritual energy Han Fei had, and why he could still throw out 3,000 points so casually at this moment. The spirit gatherer was rendered speechless. He saw that a spiritual fruit was thrown to him and detonated. Thief. Han Fei responded, "Thief? Go to hell." The monstrous octopus was in dire need of spiritual energy. It was very strong, but it couldn't resist so many people. Seeing the outburst of spiritual energy over there, its 4 heads all moved there. "No. Sun Chi, give me a hand." The manipulator of the Sun family was quickly swimming to the sea algae, but he was too late. The 4 snakeheads bit him from multiple directions and tore him into shreds in the blink of an eye. He died the most miserable death. Poochie. Han Fei was feeling great when he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. He tried to swim away, but a saber was slashed on his back when he was 1 meter away. At that moment, Han Fei felt that he was dying. He had been hit hard and sure by the enemy's armorist from his shoulder to his waist. Ah! When Han Fei was hit, Little Black, eager to protect him, bit the armorist crazily. "Little Black, come back." Han Fei was lost for words. That guy is poisoned. Don't you see that he never took an antidote? Why did you bite him? Han Fei flew back with the counterforce and dissolved all the remaining green arrow frog venom in the water current towards the armorist. On the other side, he grabbed the half-body of the dead archer and searched his sea-swallowing seashell. Thankfully, he had seen the fruit earlier, so he soon found what he wanted. Holding back the agony, he stuffed the fruit into Little Black's mouth. Remember not to bite until I tell you to. Not far away, the manipulator of the Sun family looked at him in shock. In his eyes, Han Fei inserted an antidote fruit into some empty water. Wait. Something is here, and it's stealthy. But it was too late. The manipulator, after discovering that, was about to break away from the battlefield and escape. However, there was no way that Han Fei could let him run away even at the cost of his own life. He darted out the 9 chains again, cutting through the sea, algae and blocking the man. Han Fei unfolded his wings and simply threw 2 spiritual fruits towards the armorist who was taking the antidote. The armorist was already dying. He was already hopeless when he found he was poisoned. There was no telling how much green arrow frog venom Han Fei had filled him with, but he was bleeding after he took 3 antidote fruits. At this point, seeing that Han Fei threw 2 spiritual fruits at him, he simply cursed, "Damn it." In the next second, the armorist was surrounded by snake heads. What about Han Fei? He had raised his bow and gathered his magnificent spiritual energy as an arrow. The muscles, bones, and veins on his right arm were stretched out again. Hew. Activating the 6th arrow of the War Soul Art again, Han Fei vomited blood. But he grinned. This battle was definitely worth it. He had annihilated all 5 of the peak-level dangling fishers. Looking at the manipulator who was trying to protect himself with the sea algae, Han Fei sneered. Do you think you can block my tracking arrow with your algae? Boom. Tremendous amounts of purple bamboo was raised to the ground. Han Fei recalled Little Black and Little White and stood quietly while the monstrous octopus had the spiritual fruits. 3 seconds later, the monstrous octopus's 4 heads bit Han Fei simultaneously, but Han Fei's lips curled. Goodbye, my weird friend. By the time the 4 heads reached Han Fei had already been gone, leaving the crazy monstrous octopus turning the purple bamboo wood upside down. Han Fei had to thank the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus, which was more ferocious than he expected. Who could have thought that an exotic creature could kill 3 human experts on the same level as itself? Even though Han Fei had also played a part, the biting force and the astonishing speed of the monster were still remarkable. Inside Forge the Universe, Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on himself now and then went in the spiritual spring. He was quite lucky this time to be helped by the monstrous octopus, or he might have only been able to kill one of the 5 peak-level dangling fishers at the cost of his own life. There was no way that he could have killed all of them. Pooh. Han Fei vomited blood and smiled bitterly at his right arm, which was bloody and deformed. It seems that I have to make a breakthrough. It occurred to Han Fei that the body he had been proud of was no longer invulnerable in the level 3 fishery. The peak-level dangling fishers caused wounds on him easily earlier, and just now, he had been stabbed twice and almost chopped into 2 parts. Everything indicated that his body had fewer advantages now. Han Fei sensed that the indestructible body art he cultivated had shortcomings that originated from his own body. They seemed to be restricting the power of the indestructible body. But of course, the more important reason was that the enemy was 2 levels above him and had spiritual weapons. It was only logical that he was wounded. Though the war soul bow was great, Han Fei could only shoot 6 arrows at this point, and his right arm would almost be wasted after that. The explosive power was too much for Han Fei. Han Fei hesitated, as he did not have much spiritual energy left. Now that he did not have an energy source, he could only polish his body with the spiritual energy in his storage. Based on the previous demands for a breakthrough, his spiritual energy would probably be used up after the recovery and the breakthrough. However, Han Fei didn't have a choice. He wondered if more people were after him, and he knew that he would be wounded again if he went out and fought the monstrous octopus. Let's do it. Suddenly, Han Fei gritted his teeth and made the determination. He had only pressed 1,000 kilometers into the seaborne prairie, and he had already run into such a powerful creature as the monstrous octopus. More challenging creatures must be awaiting him on his way to the big red trunk. A day later, Han Fei's body was mostly recovered, but his spiritual energy had mostly run dry too. Han Fei estimated that there were no more than 300,000 points left, plus the 4,200,000 points of spiritual energy in his demon purification pot. He only had 4,500,000 points of spiritual energy in total. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Break! Immediately, Han Fei was enshrouded in a storm of spiritual energy. The spiritual pool below Han Fei's butt was instantly dried without any sign. And the storage inside the demon purification pot was declining at a horrifying speed too. In the meantime, a torrent of spiritual energy flooded inside Han Fei's body, expanding his veins and polishing his flesh and bones. 100,000 points. 200,000 points. 500,000 points. It was not until 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy were consumed that Han Fei finally felt that he was making a breakthrough. Half an hour later, a crack burst out, indicating that Han Fei had risen from a beginner dangling fisher to an intermediate dangling fisher. After another hour, Han Fei sweated and frowned hard. He had a terrible feeling. He only had 500,000 points of spiritual energy, but his body was still consuming it crazily, showing no sign to stop. 500,000 points. 300,000 points. 100,000 points. Han Fei grew even more anxious. No. Although he still had 2 spiritual fruits, they might still not be enough. When the spiritual energy was finally used up, 2 spiritual fruits flew towards Han Fei from Forge the Universe, before they imploded and flowed into Han Fei's body as surging spiritual energy. Alas, the 2 spiritual fruits were also consumed after only a second. Damn it. Pooh. Han Fei vomited blood and stopped the physical polishing. The spiritual energy required for this breakthrough was completely beyond his expectation. He had spent almost 5,000,000 points of spiritual energy, but he still hadn't achieved perfection. At this point, Han Fei was starving, and he was much thinner than before. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the data. Owner, Han Fei. Level 36, Intermediate Dangling Fisher. Spiritual Energy, 0, 4,502. Spiritual Heritage, Level 4, High Quality, Damaged. Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 15. Weapon, Blue Sea Wandering Dragon Daggers. Main Art Water Vein Technique, Volume 3 of Void Fishing, Spirit Level. Divine Quality. Han Fei's eyes cramped, and he took a deep breath. His spiritual heritage was damaged? He suddenly remembered that he had almost been killed twice in a row. His body was stabbed multiple times, and several spiritual weapons had consumed him in their self-explosions. Did all those things affect my spiritual heritage? Han Fei's eyes grew cold. He didn't know that so much spiritual energy was consumed because his spiritual heritage was damaged. That wouldn't do. His spiritual heritage wasn't as good as other people's in the first place. Now that it was damaged too, he wouldn't be able to defeat the Sun family's reinforcements if they came. Han Fei suddenly reappeared in the purple bamboo wood, not to look for the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus, but to swim to where the people from the Sun family died. He had taken one of their sea-swallowing seashells, and there should be another 4. He was in dire need of spiritual energy. It was unrealistic to steal the spiritual fruit that the octopus was protecting. After all, it remained to be seen if he could defeat the monster without spiritual energy. No, it was certain that he could not defeat the monster if he didn't summon the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and little gold. Soon, Han Fei found the manipulator's sea-swallowing seashell. He scanned it, only to be lost for words, as there were no spiritual fruits inside. Damn it. You were a peak-level dangling fisher. It's not right that you don't have a single spiritual fruit in your sea-swallowing seashell? Han Fei turned back, only to see a snake head among the seaweed not far away. Han Fei was rendered speechless. Why was this monster haunting him? Had he got in its way again? Next to Han Fei, Little Gold and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp both appeared. Except that the 9-tailed mantis shrimp seemed lackluster after being bitten by the octopus on the previous day. But when the two legendary creatures popped up, the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus grew vigilant again. It was not stupid. Now that it had lost 4 of its 8 snake heads, it did not want to fight either. However, this thief was the one who blew an enormous hole on its head. It was certainly not going to forget that. More importantly, the octopus was determined to protect the spiritual fruit that he had been guarding, unwilling to let it go. Han Fei simply ignored that and soon picked up another 2 sea-swallowing seashells. This time, he found 3 spiritual fruits. Delighted, Han Fei searched for the 4th sea-swallowing seashell, only to no avail. He examined more carefully and found a calf of the last victim, whose torso must have been eaten. Han Fei immediately looked at the monstrous octopus. It went without saying that the octopus had devoured both the victim and a sea-swallowing seashell. After staring at the octopus for a while, Han Fei suddenly disappeared, which stunned the octopus. Where is he? Why is he gone again? Inside Forge the Universe, Han Fei swallowed 3 spiritual fruits, and spiritual energy flowed again in his body. His slim body was finally more or less restored because of the nutrition of spiritual energy. Han Fei was finally eased after seeing that. Han Fei took a long breath of relief. Seeing that his spiritual energy was restored to 238,242 points, he grew confident again. However, when he looked at his body, he found that his body was still slim due to the lack of spiritual energy. He had to find a way to return to his peak state. He had some spiritual energy now, but he dare not use it. It was all the spiritual energy he had, and it was not enough for him to fix his damaged spiritual heritage. But of course, despite the damages and the slimness, his capabilities had been greatly improved. In terms of physical strength, Han Fei felt that he could heave 10,000 kilograms easily. He grabbed the heavy rod and found it much more convenient. It was no longer so burdensome that he had to carry it on his shoulder. It could serve as a weapon now, except that the rod still felt rather heavy and was not very handy. Yet. Hee. It's good enough that I can use it now. When I return to my peak state, it will definitely be handy. The monstrous octopus was rather speechless. It had never been more annoyed by a human being. The guy just appeared and disappeared without any pattern. Because of Han Fei, it dare not sleep again. Yes, Han Fei was out again. This time, his target was very clear. He was going to kill the monstrous octopus or subdue it. As for the spiritual fruit, it was already Han Fei's possession. Little Black had already sneaked to it and could steal it if Han Fei distracted the octopus. Han Fei looked at the 4 heads of the octopus that were shivering and looking at himself, knowing that it wouldn't be easy to defeat this one. He wondered if he could afford being bitten by the creature with his current body. Grabbing his rod, Han Fei commanded Little Gold and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, "Let's go and kill it together." When Han Fei suddenly took action, the octopus was stunned at first, before it burst into rage and aimed its remaining 4 snake heads at Han Fei, roaring. A stink of poison was flowing alongside the waves, but it was much weaker than the green arrow frog venom. Of course, Han Fei wouldn't let it reach him. He protected himself with a spiritual energy protective cover. The snake heads were extremely fast. 2 of them bit Han Fei relentlessly. "Shoot. Are you sure you're overestimating me? You think you can take care of the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and Little Gold with each of your heads?" Han Fei hurried to wave the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Boosted by the saber manipulation art, the effect of the million knife art was doubled. At this point, the daggers launched at one of the heads like dancing dragons. In the meantime, Han Fei aimed his rod at the other head and dealt a spiritual energy explosion on it. The octopus didn't know how good the rod was, but it knew that the human being was dangerous, and that it would win the battle if it killed him. Bam! Boom! Han Fei was blown backwards, and half of the snake head had been squashed by him. Han Fei warmed up his body. His strength had been increased by about 3,000 kilograms, and he was sturdier than before, or he would at least vomit blood after the previous blow. Han Fei stomped and charged again, but after suffering a setback, the octopus refused another head-on clash and simply spurted a cold stream of water at Han Fei. After the blink of an eye, Han Fei had been frozen in ice. Crack! Breaking the ice with his spiritual energy, Han Fei was very cold. He had always been curious how creatures acquired these weird abilities. Did it have ice in its stomach? Or was it one of its skills? On the other hand, after being bitten by the octopus last time, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp dare not whip it with its tails anymore. At this point, it picked up its nature as a shrimp and punched the snake head that was swimming towards it into the mud. Han Fei grinned. If the 9-tailed mantis shrimp hadn't punched, he might have forgotten that it was a mantis shrimp. Maybe the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was no match for the octopus in other aspects, but in terms of punching, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was much better. After the punch, Han Fei couldn't see the 9-tailed mantis shrimp clearly anymore. He could only see that its feet and its limbs were fluttering quickly. Then, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp swam to the shark head, only to be scared back when the shark head roared. Han Fei's face was bleeding after the soul attack. His soul hardness was not good enough anymore. The soul resistance pearl seemed less effective now. No, it seems that I have to put the cultivation of the god-scaring painting on my agenda now. Hugh. Han Fei put his rod down and took out the sea-wandering dragon bow, before he shot arrows at the shark head. Keep screaming. Keep screaming. Don't stop. Han Fei shot a dozen arrows that each cost 800 points of spiritual energy. Explosions were bursting out on the octopus's head as if it were being struck by lightning. Hiya. Little Gold folded its wings and simply crashed at the shark head. Boom. Smoke and dust were rising within 100 meters. When Han Fei could see things clearly again, he found an enormous hole in the octopus's head. Little Black returned at this point, with a green vine where a scarlet fruit was hanging in its mouth. Han Fei looked at it and felt awful. Name: Angry Spirit Fruit. Introduction: This is a spiritual fruit that grows where anger and hate gather. It contains a lot of irritating spiritual energy and may likely trigger mutations. Level: Spiritual. Quality: High. Spiritual energy: 210,564 points. Note: This must not be eaten, or it may lead to unexpected consequences. F***ck. Han Fei almost vomited blood. The spiritual fruit protected by such a powerful, monstrous octopus turned out to be something full of negative effects? Did this octopus become this after having the fruit? Han Fei burst into rage and shot an arrow worth 3,200 points of spiritual energy. You lying son of a *ch. I thought that you were protecting something good. But it's only a garbage spiritual fruit. Boom. The arrow failed to blow up the shark head, because one of the snake heads took the attack for it. Bam. The snake head exploded, and the octopus furiously launched another soul attack, but Han Fei fired another arrow worth 3,200 points of spiritual energy, determined to kill it. The tentacles that had lost the heads rose together, trying to block Han Fei's arrow, but after an explosion, the octopus's body was full of wounds. Chilla. When Han Fei was about to shoot the third arrow, a snake head drifted by before Han Fei's eyes. He turned around, only to see that Little Gold had cut a snake head off with its sharp wings. Huh. Good job, Little Gold. The octopus, which only had 2 snake heads left, immediately attempted to run. Now that it had lost its spiritual fruit and it was about to be killed. Nobody could deny that the octopus was a very smart creature. Han Fei shouted. Where are you going? Little Black, bite it. Little Gold, cut another snake head. Seeing that only 2 snake heads were left, and one of them had been half squashed by the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, Han Fei was no longer scared and quickly swam to the octopus. Collect the demon. While the octopus looked at it in fright, the demon purification pot flashed, and the enormous monster disappeared. Han Fei saw that the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was still punching when the target was suddenly gone. It looked at Han Fei stunned. Han Fei was stunned as well. He had to try many times to collect other creatures, but this one did not put up any resistance at all. Han Fei was lost for words. If he had known that it would be so easy to do so, he would have collected it a long time ago. Han Fei snorted. Humph. Did you think that you would be my contractual spiritual beast? You wish. I would never have such a hideous contractual spiritual beast. At this point, there were 4 creatures in Han Fei's demon purification pot. Namely an exotic iron-armed lobster, a mysterious mutant devil fish, an exotic millennium snapper, and an exotic snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus. Han Fei realized that, if he collected another exotic creature, he would be able to combine them into a contractual spiritual beast. But he had his doubts. Up until now, nobody had a third contractual spiritual beast. He had never asked about it before. It seemed that he had to later. Han Fei couldn't help but imagine what a splendid scene it would be if he went treasure hunting with a bunch of legendary sea monsters. In that way, would he be able to explore all the dangerous treasure troves without doing anything himself? But on second thought, Han Fei became gloomy again, as he had consumed tremendous amounts of spiritual energy. The battle just now cost Han Fei 30,000 points of spiritual energy, and he only had 208,016 points left, which would be used up after another 2 battles of the previous day's size. Han Fei looked at the angry spirit fruit in his hand sadly. It was really the most helplessly thing to look at a spiritual fruit without being able to enjoy it. Right when Han Fei was about to store the spiritual fruit, Little White suddenly leaned close and bit the spiritual fruit. Hey! Little White, spit it out. You can't eat that, not unless you want to become like the monster just now. However, Little White simply looked at Han Fei innocently and swam to Han Fei's hand that had been moved away. Han Fei was briefly stunned, as Little White was brimming with spiritual energy, and so was Little Black. Those 2 little fish expanded a little bit. Really? You've leveled up? Han Fei was dazed. They leveled up so easily? Han Fei asked quickly. Good. Girl, do you feel anything wrong? You can really take it? Little White suddenly spewed out a mass of pure spiritual energy. Dumbfounded, Han Fei swallowed the spiritual energy. The storage of the demon purification pot was immediately increased by 8,000 points, and Han Fei's body was filled with spiritual energy. Hiss. Puzzled, Han Fei looked at the angry spirit fruit and then at Little White. He suddenly had a speculation. Was it possible that Little White could overcome its negative effects? Han Fei discovered Little White's new ability. Different from the monstrous octopus, Little White could ignore the irritating energy, and it did not mutate or change at all. Little White finished the angry spirit fruit very quickly. Han Fei observed them for a while and found spiritual energy circulating in them. However, they did not make a breakthrough, and their level was still 26. But the good thing was that the negative influences of the angry spirit fruit were not reflected in Little White. As for Little Black, since it was bad tempered in the first place, Han Fei definitely did not spot any difference. Bow. 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 A moment later, Little White began to spurt spiritual energy at Han Fei, and Han Fei absorbed 8,000 more points of spiritual energy very soon, the same amount that a regular spiritual fruit could provide. Han Fei pet Little White, feeling lucky that he had a good fish who was very helpful in critical moments. However, Han Fei felt bad that Little Black and Little White weren't growing as fast as the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and Little Gold, both of which were already above level 30. Han Fei sensed that both of them were still essentially kids and had no new skills. Little Black was only more aggressive and had tougher tusks, and Little White still stayed by his side all the time. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder how to enter the Soul Ocean. Was it an accident that he entered the Soul Ocean, or had he triggered certain conditions he wasn't aware of? Of course, he didn't have answers to those questions, so he stopped thinking about it. But he didn't leave in a rush either. He simply established a spirit gathering array and cultivated in the middle of the array. 300,000 points of spiritual energy was not enough in the dangerous seaborne prairie. He had to garner more spiritual energy. After only a moment of cultivation, walking sticks, red spirit spiders, black moonsicle fish, big earthworms, and all kinds of crabs were already swarming him. Yes, Han Fei had restored to the old trick. Cultivation was only a disguise, and he was going to slaughter the sea creatures to absorb their spiritual energy. When the first walking stick extended its limbs to him, Han Fei gritted his teeth and did not move, but when a black moonsicle fish attacked him, Han Fei took action. After a torrent of blades, the black moon sickle fish was stabbed through before it realized what was going on. But to Han Fei's surprise, the moment he activated the million knife art, all the creatures escaped in herds. He had intended to go on a killing spree, but he caught nothing but a few walking sticks and some inferior fish and crabs. Plus the black moonsicle fish, that little black bit, he absorbed no more than 20,000 points of spiritual energy in total. Damn it. Aren't the creatures in the level 3 fishery too smart? They're already running? Han Fei was rather helpless. Seeing that his plan didn't work out, he could only leave a spirit explosion array on the spot. Little White, can you feel any place with abundant spiritual energy? Han Fei simply ignored the big red trunk. Even if he found the big red trunk, at this point, he wouldn't have the spiritual energy or the time to refine it. Little White looked around. It wavered between left and right. Then, it changed its mind and hesitated between up and ahead. In the end, it could only look at Han Fei pitifully. Han Fei didn't know what to say. He remembered that spiritual energy was everywhere in the jungle, and that there must be tremendous spiritual fruits and treasures here, except that he had to search for them. Forget it. Let's press forward. Since nobody was chasing him anymore, Han Fei didn't rush as hastily as before, or leave spirit explosion arrays on his path. Passing the purple bamboo wood, Han Fei found himself in a world of seaweed and algae. Han Fei saw many bizarre-shaped sea urchins nibbling the seaweed. Since Han Fei wasn't close, those sea urchins did not attack him. The sea algae, on the other hand, were much more annoying. They floated towards Han Fei in clusters and would surround him and release paralyzing toxins if he was slow. But of course, Han Fei didn't give them any chance. In fact, it was a chance for him to absorb the plant's spiritual energy. But for some reason, the speed of his absorption was much lower than when he absorbed the fish and crabs. Han Fei gave up after a few attempts. This seaweed only covered about 200 square kilometers. During his exploration, Han Fei was engaged in a few minor battles where he couldn't be hurt at all. Han Fei talked to Little White now and then, hoping that Little White could find a spiritual fruit, only to be disappointed every time. 1 hour passed. Suddenly, Little White moved and swam to a direction for several hundred meters, before it stopped in hesitation. Han Fei's eyes glittered. He knew that something was out there since Little White moved on its own, and that Little White must have stopped because it might be dangerous. But Han Fei didn't mind. There were too many dangerous creatures in the ocean, such as the monstrous octopus, which would have taken Han Fei tremendous time and spiritual energy if he wanted to kill it. However, not all the sea creatures were like the octopus. Many fish in the ocean were full of treasures. A moment later, Han Fei swam there in excitement, but when a ripple spread out to him quickly, he was slightly surprised that someone was there. An intense battle must be going on up ahead to have caused the ripples. Han Fei immediately entered his half-stealth state and drew nearer the scene. A moment later, Han Fei saw that 3 people were fighting and that they were all wounded. What surprised Han Fei was not the battle of 3 fishers, but that he recognized one of them. Yang Ruoyan? At this point, Yang Ruoyan had 2 wounds on her body. Her mouth, her nose, and one of her hands were bleeding. The other 2 were actually twins. Both of them were hunters, and Han Fei could see that they made an excellent team. They seemed to have practiced a 2-person battle technique and had overpowered Yang Ruoyan. Who's there? Get out. When Han Fei was about to enjoy the drama, he heard 2 voices in his head. Not from Yang Ruoyan, but from the other 2 fighters. I knew that the mist stealth grass was absolutely useless. I'd been discovered before I even approached them. Han Fei revealed himself, and he heard Yang Ruoyan's voice in his head. It's you? Han Fei replied casually, what a coincidence. How many times have we met by chance? Han Fei was thinking whether or not it was a trap, but then he realized that it was unlikely to be one, because Yang Ruoyan couldn't have known where he was after he left the dragon boat, and he wouldn't have come to the Seaborn Prairie had it not been for the hunting of the Sun family. Struggling to resist, Yang Ruoyan said, Han Fei, don't you always want to explore treasure troves? Help me kill them, and I'll take you to a place that nobody has ever visited. As if they figured out that Yang Ruoyan was talking to Han Fei, the twins couldn't help but speak telepathically too. Brother, this woman has treasures with her. Let's kill her and split them evenly. Han Fei sneered and replied to them, do you think I'm an idiot? Wouldn't you kill me too after you kill this woman? The 2 brothers said, rest assured. We can tell that you are an intermediate dangling fisher, brother, and you must be extraordinary to explore the Seaborn Prairie on your own. We won't give you a hard time. Yang Ruoyan shouted anxiously, don't listen to them. They won't spare you if I die. Han Fei looked at them and scratched his head. Actually, I was just passing by. Why don't you each give me 2 spiritual fruits? I'll leave immediately if you do. In the meantime, Han Fei whispered to Yang Ruoyan, I can save you, but for what? Don't fool me with the treasure trove. Let's talk about something more tangible. I'll help you if you give me 5 spiritual fruits. Yang Ruoyan gritted her teeth and replied, Han Fei, that's robbery. Han Fei did not reply to Yang Ruoyan. He took out 2 daggers and spoke to all of them, I'm here in the Seaborn Prairie for treasures. I'll go if you give me your spiritual fruits, but if you don't, hee. I'll help this woman. With an awful expression, the 2 brothers talked to each other, and one of them threw 2 spiritual fruits to Han Fei. We only have 2 spiritual fruits. Brother, we hope that you can find your treasure soon. Han Fei picked up the 2 spiritual fruits, only to shout angrily, do you think I'm kidding? Only 2? You think I'm a beggar? He raised his daggers and pointed at the 2 brothers. Give me another 2. Or I will kill you. Han Fei's sudden change of attitude disrupted the twins' attack. Both of them looked awful. Why had this guy burst into fury when he was smiling a moment ago? Yang Ruoyan was uneasy, but more or less relieved. It seemed that she had hope. Now, she wasn't sure about Han Fei's personality, except that he was a greedy person. After all, she had never seen anyone else who would hire pirates as their subordinates. The twins said telepathically, "Boy, you think that spiritual fruits are just out there for you to pick? How can we have so many spiritual fruits?" Han Fei said, "You must be lying. When I was on the dragon boat, I could buy dozens of them easily. Why don't you have any?" The twins almost vomited blood. That's the dragon boat. Hundreds of thousands of people live on a dragon boat. Of course you can buy spiritual fruits from them. But who would carry spiritual fruits with them? Han Fei realized that it did make sense. He only found 3 spiritual fruits from the sea-swallowing seashells of the guys from the Sun family. It seemed that they were indeed rare. However, Han Fei shook his head and said, "Give me spiritual springs if you don't have spiritual fruits. Each of you will give me a spiritual spring worth 100,000 points, or I will attack you." The twins were of a mind to skin Han Fei. Why did this guy come here at such a critical moment? They could not let go of Yang Ruoyun, but if she had a helper, it would be hard to tell the consequences. So, one of the twins said aloud, "We don't have a lot of spiritual energy either, but we can give you a low-quality spiritual weapon." Han Fei was uninterested and thought to himself, "A low-quality spiritual weapon? Why the hell would I want a low-quality spiritual weapon? Is that even usable?" But Han Fei smiled and said, "Give me the spiritual springs, and I'll go and leave you to your battle." The twins looked at each other and threw a spiritual spring at him. Han Fei enveloped the spiritual spring with water, and the twins were both surprised, knowing that it was a spirit gatherer's skill. Han Fei peeped at the spiritual spring and sniffed. It only contained slightly more than 40,000 points of spiritual energy, not nearly enough for what he needed. The twins looked at Han Fei warily, and Han Fei turned to Yang Ruoyun and said, "What about you? Give me 5 spiritual fruits, and I'll help you kill them." The twins? Yang Ruoyun's face was dark, knowing that this was really a wicked man. The twins shouted angrily, "Brother, what's the meaning of this?" Han Fei glanced at them and said, "Why are you panicked? I'll leave after I get more spiritual fruits." Then, Han Fei spoke to Yang Ruoyun telepathically, "Give them to me. If you give them to me, I'll be justified to help you kill them." Yang Ruoyun rolled her eyes and thought to herself, "Who are you fooling? You're talking about justification in the level 3 fishery?" But Yang Ruoyun didn't say anything and simply threw 3 spiritual fruits to Han Fei. "I only have 3. Han Fei, stop messing around. I really know of a treasure trove." The twins were immediately vigilant. What's going on? Do those two know each other? Han Fei grinned and looked at them. "Give me your sea-swallowing seashells, and I won't help her." "Hew." Han Fei was responded by a saber, which was so fast that it reached Han Fei in the blink of an eye. However, Han Fei grabbed the water-dividing seal and blew the saber away. "Why? Do you have to resolve a problem with violence instead of money? Can't we settle it peacefully? Can you ever fix a problem by fighting? Not good. Let's retreat." Han Fei smiled casually. Retreat? 9 chains appeared, and Han Fei grasped a long bow. Swish, swish. The 4th move of the War Soul art was activated twice towards those 2. Shooting 2 arrows, Han Fei immediately took back the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon bow and said telepathically, "What a huge loss. Fighting is really costly, isn't it?" Yang Ruoyun was lost for words. How much spiritual fruit did you extort just now? You took 5 spiritual fruits and a spiritual spring of 40,000 points of spiritual energy, and you're crying for losses? The twins couldn't be more alarmed. They might be fast, but they were not as fast as the ferocious arrows. The 4th move of the war soul art failed to hurt the peak level dangling fishers, but since the twins were only intermediate dangling fishers, the arrows crumbled half of their spiritual energy and almost killed them. Soul stab. Shadow kill. Seeing that they had nowhere to run, the twins took reaction at the same time, by filling themselves and their daggers with spiritual energy. In the meantime, Hanfei saw 2 purely dark squids emerging from them and extending their tentacles to the arrows that he shot. Bam! Bam! The twins were blown away like disconnected kites. Tremendous amounts of seaweed was shattered when they crashed. Yang Ruoyun took the chance to approach one of them. Her contractual spiritual beast extended the scorpion tail and impaled one of them. The other man roared in the water, as if he couldn't bear his brother's death. Seeing that Han Fei was drawing near with his seal, and looking at Yang Ruoyun, who was about to kill him, he suddenly grabbed 2 daggers and concentrated all his spiritual energy. In that moment, Han Fei retreated quickly and pulled Yang Ruoyun back with his fishing pole. Boom! The man detonated himself. The chaotic currents flung Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun away. Han Fei rose from the seaweed and patted off the dust on his clothes. That was quite a ruthless man. He almost got me. Then, Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Yang Ruoyun. Why are you here? At the same time, Yang Ruoyun turned around and looked at Han Fei too. Why are you here? Now that they asked the same question, Han Fei wasn't sure what was going on. You tell me first. Yang Ruoyun stared at Han Fei and said, this whole thing is all because of you. Because of me? Yang Ruoyun nodded. Before you escaped from the dragon boat that day, I was going to talk to you, when I saw that stranger searched your room and asked other people about you. I followed them and found that they investigated your guide. So, I knew that you must have pissed off someone important. Han Fei gazed at Yang Ruoyun and asked, but why did you end up in the Seaborn Prairie? Yang Ruoyun replied straightforwardly, I left after I knew that something happened to you. But I was never far away from the dragon boat, until I saw you jump from the boat and escape with the guide. Then, Yang Ruoyun looked at Han Fei thoughtfully. Where's the guide? Han Fei snorted and said, dead. Yang Ruoyun shrugged. Everybody has their own fate. It was preordained that she met you. But I didn't expect you to survive the hunting of 4 peak level dangling fishers. Han Fei smiled casually. Everybody has their own fate. I survived because of luck. Yang Ruoyun clearly didn't buy it. Nobody could have survived 4 peak level dangling fishers with sheer luck. Han Fei didn't explain more. He simply asked, after that, I swam all the way here. What about you? Yang Ruoyun said, my target in the level 3 fishery has always been the Seaborn Prairie, so I came here. As for those 2, I made them my enemy on my way, and we fought all the way here. Han Fei didn't ask much further. As Old Bai said before, there were too many fortuitous incidents in this world, and everybody must have been through some. It was pointless to dig into the details. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, isn't the treasure trove you mentioned outside of the Seaborn Prairie? Yang Ruoyun nodded and said, it is. However, I never had a chance to go there. Because of those twins. Since we're already here, let's explore the seabourn prairie first. If we can make it out alive, I'll take you there. Han Fei was surprised. Judging from your tone, you're not certain that you can make it out alive? Yang Ruoyan looked around and said, nobody dare say that they can certainly return from the seabourn prairie alive. Giving no comment, Han Fei simply swallowed a spiritual fruit, nurtured by the abundant spiritual energy. His body conditions were better. Yang Ruoyan said in surprise, the spiritual energy in the fruit will disperse if you eat it this way. Han Fei pretended that he didn't care. I'm only having the fruit for fun. The dispersion of spiritual energy is not my concern. Yang Ruoyan. Suddenly, Han Fei asked, why do the people here have few spiritual fruits when they're so cheap on the dragon boat? Yang Ruoyan eyed Han Fei as if he were an idiot. Those on the dragon boat are different from those in the ocean. Except for special ones, most spiritual fruits only contain spiritual energy and can help with training. The spiritual energy inside a spiritual fruit can be cultivated by a regular dangling fisher within a month. Han Fei was lost for words. One spiritual fruit for a month? Is that good enough? Han Fei felt that they were idiots. If one fruit equaled a month of cultivation in the Blue Sea town, he would have exchanged the fish dragons business for spiritual fruit. Yang Ruoyan said angrily, can you absorb all the spiritual energy inside the spiritual fruit? Your utilization rate will be remarkable if you can absorb half of it. Han Fei realized that she was right. He had never considered the problem. Because not a drop of spiritual energy that entered his mouth ever leaked out. He had preserved all of it. Yang Ruoyan thought for a moment and said, nobody in the ocean replenishes themselves with spiritual fruit because it would be too extravagant to refill their spiritual energy with them. Instead of buying spiritual fruit, they prefer to buy spirit refilling pills, which are more effective and cheaper. So, few people carry a spiritual fruit with them on their trips to the ocean. They would only have it if they found any spiritual fruit during the trip. Enlightened, Han Fei asked again, why are spiritual fruits so cheap on the dragon boat if they're so rare? Yang Ruoyan shook her head. Cheap? A common spiritual fruit costs between 800 to 1,000 mid-quality pearls, and the finest spirit refilling pill only costs several dozen. Most people won't buy spiritual fruits unless they're making a breakthrough. Spiritual fruits are not as cheap as you think. Han Fei thought to himself, what a bunch of idiots. But he didn't ask further. 5 spiritual fruits and 40,000 points of spiritual energy equaled more than 400,000 points of spiritual energy. Plus the 300,000 he had stored earlier, he had 700,000 in total. If it were before, he couldn't have imagined that he could acquire such an amount in a few hours. If he had so much spiritual energy when he got started, he would have grown much stronger. Seeing that he had sufficient spiritual energy for now, Han Fei was not in a rush anymore. He asked Yang Ruoyan, you said that you came to the level 3 fishery for the seabourn prairie? Do you want to team up with me? Yang Ruoyan hesitated. Though Han Fei saved her, he was as much a danger as the seabourn prairie itself. Should she go with him when so many experts were hunting him? However, when she looked at the depths of the deep, dark jungle, she couldn't help but sigh. Okay. However, the place I'm going to is more dangerous than rewarding. You may be good, but too many experts have died in the depths of the seabourn prairie, including the peak-level dangling fishers. Han Fei asked, casually. Then why are you going there when you're just an intermediate dangling fisher? Yang Ruoyun said solemnly, I have my reasons. Han Fei was surprised. It's more important than your own life? Yang Ruoyun nodded. Yes, more important than my life. Han Fei somehow admired the woman. He came here because he was confident, but she was here with nothing but her determination. Judging from the battle between Yang Ruoyun and the twins, she might be stronger than regular intermediate dangling fishers, but she couldn't be stronger than a high-level dangling fisher. She must have an important reason to travel on the seaborne prairie on her own. In Han Fei's opinion, what motivated her even at the risk of her life could only be treasure, which he had to fight for. Unlike Xia Shaochan and his other teammates who were talented, Han Fei knew that he had to fight for as many treasures to build himself up as possible. Han Fei smiled casually, then let's go. However, try not to be killed. I'm still hoping to explore the treasure trove you mentioned. Yang Ruoyun rolled her eyes. She really wondered why Han Fei was so interested in treasure troves. Well, fine, treasure troves were indeed attractive. Now that they were a team, Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on Yang Ruoyun, and they didn't move until half an hour later when Yang Ruoyun was mostly recovered. Yang Ruoyun asked, which way did you come from? Han Fei said, the purple bamboo wood. It's a beautiful place, except it has too many pests. Yang Ruoyun looked at Han Fei in surprise. You came here from the purple bamboo wood? Han Fei was puzzled. You didn't? Yang Ruoyun's lips cramped. Of course not. The purple bamboo wood is extremely wide, and well known for walking sticks and red spirit spiders in there. Nobody except armorists would enter the seaborne prairie from there. Han Fei shrugged. I'm not an armorist, I'm a spirit gatherer. Yang Ruoyun rolled her eyes. I'll be damned if I believe this wicked man. She might have been tricked if she hadn't known Han Fei earlier. Yang Ruoyun pointed ahead and said, the first 1,000 kilometers into the seaborne prairie is more dangerous than the middle part, but it has ensured the peace in the depths of the seaborne prairie. The next 500 kilometers after that will be safer, with mostly seaweed and algae. It's also the place suitable for common fish in the seaborne prairie. Han Fei asked in surprise, you were here before? Yang Ruoyun shook her head. No, but I've studied this place for a long time. As they swam further, Yang Ruoyun continued introducing the seaborne prairie to Han Fei. After the communication, Han Fei learned that, while this place was named after the reeds on the surface of the ocean, the reeds were much less dangerous than under the water. According to Yang Ruoyun, with enough spiritual energy, one could fly across the reeds in the sky, so anyone or anything special had long been discovered and taken care of. While it was less dangerous on the surface of the ocean, most people wouldn't explore the reeds on foot because of the green arrow venomous frogs. Of course, for the people who were interested in poison, the place was interesting and full of collections. But those people weren't common, not because they hated poison, but because they might accidentally get them killed by poison. Few dangling fishers had poison-related arts. Things were different in the water. According to Yang Ruoyun, she had been ambushed 3 times in the seaborne prairie. But since she had been fighting with the twins, and other people kept a distance from them, she managed to come in. It was said that there would be more ambushes at the 1,500-kilometer mark, which was the second barrier of the seaborne prairie. Those ambushers would be even stronger. Like she said, Han Fei did not run into any unusual beasts on his way. After 200 kilometers, Han Fei found that the view around him was changing. The seaweed and algae were reducing, replaced by stones, or rather, weird objects in various colors that looked like stones. They were quite creepy. Some were pillars with holes in the center, some were lines like coral, and some were fat and wriggling. Sponges? Yang Ruoyu nodded. It seems that we aren't so lucky. We're in the sponge section. Hundreds of kinds of sponges live here. They may seem dead, but there are special sponges in this place. Han Fei was rendered speechless. They're sponges, however special they are. Can they jump and hit me? Yang Ruoyan turned around and looked at Han Fei. They're even more horrible. Rumor has it that someone in the level 3 fishery ran into special sponges that could suck any living creature and transform them into stones. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Were they still sponges? Was he bad at biology, or was it a miracle of life? Sponges, as living creatures, had no head, tail, torso, limbs, or nerves. They were mostly made of calcium carbonate, silicon carbonate, and various gels. He knew that very well, and now, someone told him that certain sponges could petrify people? Were they Medusa? Suddenly, Han Fei paused and said, "Wait a moment. Yang Ruoyan?" Han Fei took out his fishing pole and cast the hook. The hook disappeared the moment it was cast out, turning to a water current. Yang Ruoyan was slightly surprised at the strange fishing skill. She looked at where Han Fei was aiming and exclaimed, "Yellow blood sea cucumber." Han Fei said, "That's good and rare stuff. It's more expensive than a spiritual fruit. I bought one on the dragon boat, but I've always regretted it. I should have bought more." Yang Ruoyan frowned. The yellow blood sea cucumber contains a lot of nutritions, but not much spiritual energy. It's mainly for bodybuilding. You do that too? Han Fei didn't reply. He would have been killed a long time ago had it not been for his tough body. He activated Thousand Twining and Flash Hook at the same time, tying up the yellow blood sea cucumber before it realized what was going on. But when Han Fei retreated the hook, a spherical yellow sponge came close in contact with the hook. Han Fei? Han Fei had thought that Yang Ruoyan was talking nonsense. Petrifying sponges? It didn't make any sense. Han Fei knew that sponges were used as tablecloths and bath balls in the Mediterranean area. How could those things kill people? But Han Fei's face had changed at this point. This was a new species that was as swift as a fish. In his eyes, data popped up. Name, star-chasing sponge. Introduction: this is a mutated sponge that has a brain, thanks to the nurturing of spiritual energy. It will chase prey alongside the unusual water currents and will detonate itself when it runs into an enemy. Level 33. Quality rare. Spiritual energy 1096 points. Effect inedible. Collectible none. Unabsorbable. Han Fei shook the fishing pole quickly and got out of the attack range of the star-chasing sponge, before he shouted to Yang Ruoyan, "Run." Yang Ruoyan didn't know what was happening, but seeing that Han Fei was fleeing in panic, she started running too. As it turned out, when they were only 100 meters away, an ear-splitting explosion burst out behind them and blew them away. Before they could swim aside, one star-chasing sponge came to them after another, as if they were attracted by the explosion. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. What did I do? Nothing more than Fishing for a yellow blood sea cucumber. Why should I deserve this? Yang Ruoyan's face changed. Not good. Why are the sponges following us? Han Fei said helplessly, they can sense the flow of water. I'm afraid that they'll keep following us until we stop swimming. To be honest, Han Fei had never met such a shameless creature that was like a haunting ghost, except that ghosts wouldn't explode, but those sponges detonated themselves like torpedoes without being attacked whatsoever. Bam! 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 A moment later, Han Fei rushed out of the area of sponges. They couldn't have looked more miserable. Yang Ruoyan was bleeding all over her body, her hair unkempt. Her face, her skin, and her clothes were covered by the disgusting yellowish fluids. Han Fei wasn't any better. However, since his body was sturdier, he wasn't really hurt even though his clothes were ragged. Of course, Han Fei was drenched with yellowish fluids, too. It was sticky, and couldn't be washed off by seawater. He tried 3 times before he finally shook the fluids off from him with spiritual energy. Yang Ruoyan's eyes were burning with fury, and Han Fei smiled in embarrassment and cast the divine healing technique on her. Han Fei said, "Don't blame me. I'm here for treasures." Who could have known that the sponges could be so disgusting? Yang Ruoyan scolded, "Can you not take risks for petty returns? It's just a yellow blood sea cucumber. Next time you're on a dragon boat, you can buy whatever you want in the market, and you can eat the yellow blood sea cucumber every day." Han Fei raised his head and looked at the sky. Next time he was on a dragon boat, he was probably wanted on all the dragon boats in the level 3 fishery. If his guess was correct, there might be someone from the Sun family on every dragon boat too. Han Fei said, "This is all meant to increase our experience. Now that we've met those wretched sponges, they can do nothing to us next time. This minor setback has improved our odds of survival in the ocean. Just keep telling yourself that." Passing the area of sponges, they came to a place full of seaweed. A lot of sea urchins in different shapes and colors were here. Occasionally, eels would be crawling out of the seaweeds, but they returned to the seaweed upon seeing Han Fei and Yang Ruoyan. Han Fei even saw a green squid that was pretending to be a piece of seaweed. But Han Fei didn't take action this time. He would have picked a regular squid, even if he wanted to eat one. This one looked suspicious and might be poisonous. Half an hour later, they came to the 1,500-kilometer border. Han Fei was completely shocked. Blocking Han Fei's way was a curtain of seaweed. It was as though a wall of seaweed had been established before his eyes. It stretched out infinitely on both sides. He looked up, only to see that the seaweed seemed to have covered the whole area between the surface and the bottom of the ocean. It was most splendid. On the seaweed, Han Fei saw tremendous amounts of barnacles and sea sunflowers. Well, they weren't the only creatures. There were also green spiders and long worms wriggling on the seaweed, as well as colorful sea urchins. On a closer look, one would discover a lot of amazing creatures, and at distance, the wall looked like a green curtain dotted with colorful stars. Han Fei looked at it in awe. How are we going to get past this? Yang Ruoyan was as shocked as Han Fei was. At this point, she was also gazing at the undersea wonder with curiosity. Yang Ruoyan said, "I thought that the wall of seaweed was just a rumor and that there should be a passage. I didn't know that it would be a dead end." Han Fei almost vomited blood. "So you didn't really know what's out there?" Yang Ruoyun shook her head. The books I read said that the wall of seaweed in the seaborne prairie could resist fish tides and give birth to all creatures. That it was as high as the sky and as thick as the shell of divine turtles. I always thought that it was an exaggeration. Han Fei swallowed. That's really a neat description. Yang Ruoyun. The two of them stared at the wall for a while, not knowing what to do. Eventually, Han Fei proposed, why don't we swim up? Yang Ruoyun nodded. They swam straightly to the surface of the ocean for almost 1,000 meters. When the plants on the surface of the ocean were almost dangling on their faces, Han Fei finally admitted that the gap was really flawless. They returned to the bottom of the ocean. Looking at the wall, Han Fei said casually, if this wall is as high and sturdy as it is described, there is no way that we can break through it by force. Yang Ruoyun agreed with him. Of course we can't. We need to circumvent it from below. Han Fei knew that it was necessary to go from below too. Though it was ungraceful to dig tunnels, it was still better than crawling through the seaweed. Otherwise, if certain strange poisonous trees popped up among the seaweed, it might not be possible for him to cut through them. Han Fei immediately summoned the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Kicking the nine-tailed mantis shrimp in the butt, Han Fei declared, start digging. Your master needs to get past this. Then, Han Fei looked at Yang Ruoyun and said, there's no way up here, so we have to go underground. In that case, are the ambushes you mentioned underground too? Yang Ruoyun nodded. If my intelligence is correct, that must be the case. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp dug the tunnel diligently, complaining that its master summoned it for digging and fighting every time. Why was it never summoned? Because there was a girlfriend for it? Following the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun saw that it dug the soil with its 9 tails and pushed the mud away with its limbs. Yang Ruoyun exclaimed in shock, is this contractual spiritual beast of yours really an exotic creature? Han Fei nodded. It's not like I can get a legendary one, can I? Yang Ruoyun was amazed. It's really good. I don't know anything that can dig so fast, Han Fei said in amusement, you're joking. Crabs are great diggers too. If you catch an exotic crab, it can also dig a tunnel quickly. So can a lobster, for that matter. Yang Ruoyun was uninterested in that, but she felt lucky that she cooperated with Han Fei. The trip so far had been safe and sound except for the random explosions in the area of sponges. There was no telling how far the nine-tailed mantis shrimp had dug, but a lot of roots emerged in the tunnel and tried to tie up the intruders. Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun were immediately occupied. Both of them cut the roots non-stop with daggers in both hands. Han Fei had been perceiving the environment. When he found that the nine-tailed mantis shrimp was slower and slower, he kicked its butt and said, dig down. Yang Ruoyun was lost for words. Is that how you treat your contractual spiritual beast? I feel sorry for this creature that has met such a master. A moment later, Han Fei grew excited. He had detected several hollow spots nearby. Someone was indeed lurking under the soil. The tunnel was dim and misty. Barely anything could be seen. Everything had to be perceived through other senses. However, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp had made a lot of noises during the digging, so Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun must have been exposed. Han Fei said, what do we do if anyone ambushes us in this place? Yang Ruoyun replied quickly, we kill them. Whoever sets up an ambush here can't be weak. We cannot show mercy on them. She stopped and asked, "Have we been ambushed?" Han Fei nodded, "Yes, but only by 2 people." Yang Ruoyan's face slightly changed in the target. "Let's change our way." Han Fei asked, "Why?" Yang Ruoyan quickly explained, "If it were you, would you dare to set up an ambush with only 1 person here in the Seaborn Prairie?" Han Fei said, "I think I would." Yang Ruoyan. Han Fei suddenly said, "Wait, don't be stupid. If the ambushers are as good as me, they must have a lot of good stuff." Yang Ruoyan paused and asked, "What are you getting at?" She had a bad feeling. Han Fei was very strong, and not entirely decent though. He was not a villain. At this point, the man must be planning to rob the other people. As he expected, Han Fei said in the next moment, "You keep walking." Yang Ruoyan asked, "What about you?" Han Fei said, "Don't worry. I'll catch up with you later." Han Fei dug a tunnel downwards, with a ring of blue sea wandering dragon daggers like a drill, and disappeared from Yang Ruoyan's senses in the blink of an eye. What a jerk. He's using me as bait. Yang Ruoyan gnashed her teeth. How did I run into such a jerk? Wasn't he here for treasure hunting? Why is he suddenly interested in robbery? Han Fei didn't know what Yang Ruoyan was thinking, but his senses covered everything within 300 meters. He entered the tunnel that the ambushers had dug and was several hundred meters away from them. Who? Han Fei drew a stealth array with his spiritual energy quickly. At this point, Han Fei wished that he were a hunter, in which case he would be able to approach the ambushers without a sound. Han Fei raised the blue sea wandering dragon bow and gathered 1,600 points of spiritual energy into an arrow. Not far away, 2 peak-level dangling fishers were listening attentively. Suddenly, one of them said, "Do you feel that the spiritual energy here is intensifying?" The other frowned and replied, "Seems so." Is the spirit gatherer in the team up above gathering spiritual energy? Hugh. Their faces both changed drastically in the middle of their discussion. They turned around at the same time, initiating the spiritual energy protective cover and fusing with their spiritual beasts. Boom. Up above, Yang Ruoyan's face changed. She gnashed her teeth and disappeared. What a jerk. Down below, Han Fei's attack succeeded. The 2 peak-level dangling fishers didn't realize it until their life was under threat. At this point, one of them had been blown away, and the other had lost one of his daggers. His hand was shivering too. Strength was what mattered most in a head-on clash. The tunnel was not very wide, and Han Fei had blocked it with the water-dividing seal, which defended himself while he launched the attack. Electric Soul Attack. Ultimate Shadow Stab. Tremendous flashing blue electric arcs popped up in the water, and Han Fei trembled under the electric shock. But to their surprise, Han Fei resisted the attack without being defeated. Bam! They were blown away again. The weight of the water-dividing seal, plus Han Fei's enormous force, had crushed them even though they were peak level. Dangling fishers. At this point, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were launched, and Yang Ruoyan pressed her daggers at them too. However, the peak-level dangling fishers wouldn't be taken down so easily even though they had been heavily wounded. After a dozen attacks and counterattacks, Yang Ruoyan had to retreat when she was cut 3 times. Han Fei spoke to her telepathically, "Why are you here?" "Those 2 are mine. Don't steal them." Yang Ruoyan was infuriated as she was here to help, not to steal. That man was truly ungrateful. She was quite shocked too, as Han Fei seemed to be horrifyingly strong. 2. Peak-level dangling fishers had been heavily wounded by him the moment they engaged. How strong must he be? Actually, Han Fei felt no pressure at all. The million knife art under the control of the saber manipulation art was the best of the saber arts for dangling fishers. Those two hunters had been cut dozens of times without being able to put up any resistance. Han Fei secretly chuckled. This might have been tricky for him if he hadn't made the breakthrough. But right now, he was essentially one step away from a peak-level dangling fisher, and he was much stronger than them in terms of comprehensive abilities. If he couldn't defeat them, he would feel sorry for his divine level arts and techniques as well as his indestructible body. Bro, let's talk nicely. Don't kill us. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp charged in and tied them up with its chains, waving its limbs threateningly, ready to crumble their heads if they intended to run. Seeing that the mantis shrimp's hammer-like limbs had almost reached their face, both of them looked horrified. With a dagger in each hand, Han Fei stood before them and said, "When you ambush other people, be ready to be ambushed. Submit your sea-swallowing seashells." Those two had no choices except to submit them, or he could have taken the sea swallowing shells all the same after killing them. Immediately, two sea-swallowing seashells floated in the water. Han Fei picked them up and frowned, as there was nothing but one spiritual fruit inside the two sea-swallowing seashells. Those two were really poor. Apart from the spiritual fruit, there were a few spiritual weapons, magic weapons, and some materials and mid-quality pearls. What a pauper. Everyone. Han Fei squinted and said, "I can spare you, but I have my terms. Just tell us. As long as you spare us, we're willing to do anything for you." Han Fei's lips curled. "You will lead the vanguard as we explore the depths of the seaborne prairie." Yang Ruoyan looked at Han Fei, surprised that Han Fei was not going to kill the two ambushers. Then, she immediately realized that nobody served as scouts better than two peak-level dangling fishers in the rest of the journey, which would be even more dangerous. Those two were immediately chilled after seeing that. One of them said, "Bro, you really shouldn't press on any further." Han Fei turned cold. "Why not?" One of them said in fright, "We had 4 teammates at the beginning. One died at the edge, and one died in the deeper parts where terrible gigantic worms live." Gigantic worms? Han Fei looked at Yang Ruoyan, and she shook her head. "I've never read or heard that before." Han Fei sneered at them and said, "This is not a discussion. You will go. Whether you want to or not. If you do, you still have a chance to live. If you don't, I'll kill you here and now." Those two paused a moment and accepted the demand. Like Han Fei said, they might live if they went with him, but they would be dead for sure if they refused to. If they passed the nests of worms, it was possible that they could get rid of Han Fei. They secretly communicated with each other and decided to take the risk. In the meantime, Han Fei received Yang Ruoyan's secret message. "Don't believe them, and kill them instantly if they do anything unusual, or there may be great problems." Han Fei grinned and said, "Rest assured. I know what I'm doing." A moment later, led by those two people, Han Fei and Yang Ruoyan pressed on in a tunnel that had been dug earlier. About half an hour later, the two people up ahead suddenly turned around and said, "It's a dead end here. We sealed the tunnel after we fled back." Han Fei asked, "Why didn't you go around it?" One of them smiled bitterly, "How could we? Worm nests are everywhere. The only opening is up in the water. But if we go there, the seaweeds that are much denser than reeds would tie us up. In no time. Han Fei speculated that those gigantic worms might be creatures similar to the enormous sandworms. If those two had escaped, there was no reason why he couldn't. Nine-tailed mantis shrimp dig into the worm nests. Seeing that, Yang Ruoyan pulled Han Fei and asked, "Have you lost your mind? You're still digging?" Han Fei shook her hand off and said solemnly, "If all the paths in front of you are dangerous, you will have to choose the least dangerous one of them. Since those two escaped, it means that the worm nests are not really perilous. Maybe that's the only way out here." Yang Ruoyan was briefly stunned, feeling that he had a point. But she wondered why Han Fei was risking so much to explore the seaborne prairie. Was it really for treasure hunting? Yang Ruoyan said, "With your capabilities, you could have explored countless other treasure troves in the level 3 fishery. Why the seaborne prairie?" Han Fei grinned and, remembering the guys from the Sun family, remarked, "Because this place makes a great graveyard." Han Fei was exploring the seaborne prairie not just for the treasures. After all, the trip was somewhat risky even for him. Treasure hunting was only one of his goals. He wondered if he would be chased again if he were to leave the seaborne prairie in a hurry. It would remain to be seen if he could survive 5 peak level dangling fishers in another place. In the previous 2 battles, he had been heavily wounded. They were really challenging enemies for him. But the seaborne prairie was different in that it was full of unknown dangers, which were protections in disguise for Han Fei. If the Sun family sent more hunters, this complicated environment would be in his favor. Actually, Han Fei's instincts were quite reliable, but he was too ignorant to know what the big families were capable of yet. At this moment, a dozen people were following a young man in the place where Han Fei fought the monstrous octopus. "Young Master Mu, the traces are all gone from here. I'm afraid they've all died." With his eyes closed and his hands on his back, the young man slowly raised his arm, and a green snake leaped out of his sleeve and scoured the place. The young man said casually, "All of them have perished here. Their flesh has been consumed by the ocean, their bones buried in the mud. Han Fei has already escaped." "Huh?" Everybody behind the young man was shocked. All 5 peak level dangling fishers were dead? Someone dug where the green snake stopped and soon found broken bones. He yelled, "Sun Chi, did you run into any exotic creatures? These bones are broken and incomplete, as if they were bitten by something." Sun Chi was the person who escaped earlier. He shook his head in confusion. "No. We didn't run into anything, at least not until I left." "Useless." But the young man waved his hands and said, "There's no need to argue." The green snake squeezed into the soil and pulled out an enormous skull of a snake. Everybody held their breath, as the skull was intimidating and its fangs were still shining. The young man smiled casually. "It's an exotic creature. This must be one of its heads. Interesting. I've long been told of the wall of seaweed in the seaborne prairie. It would be a shame if I don't pay a visit to it now that I'm here." Boom. The tunnel was broken through, and Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing when he saw the longworm pit. After a quick glance, he saw a big fat worm, 30 meters long and almost 5 meters thick, wriggling inside the pit with a yellow trace behind it. In his eyes, data popped up. Name: dry leaf worm. Introduction: this gigantic creature is made of countless dry leaf bugs. It will dismember in a battle into a storm of insects that can absorb the life vitality of creatures. Because the individual insects are too weak, this is not considered an exotic creature. Level 34. Quality rare. Spiritual energy 1999 points. Effect inedible, collectible, none. Unabsorbable. Hanfei was about to jump and run, but he managed to hold himself back. Huh. It's the dry leaf worm. Yang Ruoyan asked in surprise, do you know it? Hanfei nodded. Of course he knew it. Actually, the dry leaf worm was not famous for themselves, but for the dry leafworm leaf, which was a spiritual plant that grew in their nests. According to the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants, the dry leafworm leaf looked like a worm and had the color of dry leaves. It was so lethal that it could kill anyone who touched it within 10 seconds. Hanfei grew vigilant. Although he hadn't seen a dry leafworm leaf yet, he didn't think he would be immune to it as a mere dangling fisher. Of course, while the dry leafworm leaf was lethal, it had its own usage. According to the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants, this spiritual plant would turn into a treasure after absorbing enough vitality. Hanfei was rather tempted. It was the most poisonous and precious spiritual plant that he had ever known. However, the dry leaf worms were too disgusting. The big fat worm made of countless smaller insects made Hanfei's blood cold. Yang Ruoyan asked, what do we do? The two guys up front intended to retreat, but the nine-tailed mantis shrimp stuck and stopped them. Hanfei said, don't intend to flee, or I'll simply kill you. One of them said, bro, there's no dealing with those worms. We will meet more nests whichever direction we go. Hanfei asked in surprise, there are a lot of such nests? Yes. So it's impossible to press deeper from underground. Hanfei sneered in disdain, what if we dig downwards? Are there more worm nests down below? Those two guys shook their heads quickly. Don't do that. There are big gathered worms up here, but if you dig deeper, you will find countless individual insects, which will be even trickier and dangerous. Hanfei was rather lost for words, as it was not easy to deal with the worms. Things would be easier if they were sandworms, which did not absorb vitality, or consist of smaller individual bugs. Not good. The worms are creepy here. Her face changing greatly, Yang Ruoyan pulled Hanfei back. Yang Ruoyan said, let's go up and get out of here. Hanfei frowned and asked, it's just clusters of seaweed up there. You dare to go into them? Yang Ruoyan replied, we have to try. Hanfei narrowed his eyes and nodded, okay, let's go up. The two hunters were reluctant at first, but Hanfei simply stabbed them and said, don't think of running anymore, or I'll kill you immediately. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp was digging quickly, followed by the two hunters, and Yang Ruoyan and Hanfei were at the end. Because Hanfei's arrival had caused a huge ruckus, too many dry leaf worms the size of arms were wriggling towards them. Hanfei shouted, hurry up. Dig. Faster. The tunnel was only 100 meters from the ground, and it only took a minute before the nine-tailed mantis shrimp reached it. Then, Hanfei immediately recalled the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. The two hunters had cursed Hanfei countless times in their heart. The moment they left the soil, they looked at the seaweed and whispered to each other, let's run separately, or we will be killed by him sooner or later. Yang Ruoyan hurried to say, they're running. Hanfei replied unhurriedly, I know. How can they scout for us if they don't run? Let's just follow one of them. After Hanfei and Yang Ruoyan were out, they found two holes among the Seaweed. Han Fei picked one of them randomly and minced the seaweed crazily. With the blue sea wandering dragon daggers, trying to expand the hole. Poochie. When Han Fei only moved 100 meters, something appeared among the seaweed. It was part of a green vine, which came at him like an agile snake. Han Fei had seen it coming and was not anxious. He simply cut the vine apart. From the tunnel behind him, many dry leaf worms flooded out. To Han Fei's surprise, those worms were tied up by the seaweeds the moment they were out. At first, the seaweeds withered and turned into pieces, but after a moment of stalemate, the dry leaf worms were invaded and dismembered by the seaweed. Huh. Han Fei was greatly refreshed. I know how to deal with the worms now. While Han Fei was still excited, he found that Yang Ruoyan was cutting the vines and the seaweeds crazily. She shouted, "There are more and more vines and seaweed. We can't go very far." Han Fei looked at the water, which had almost been dyed green, and his blue sea. Wandering dragon daggers were slower and slower. At this point, Han Fei felt that his back was cold, and something seemed to be coming from above his head. Water-stirring seal technique. As the enormous seal was summoned, a weird vine that looked like a long serpent smashed the water-dividing seal. Bam! Han Fei looked back, only to see that Yang Ruoyan had been whipped to the ground and almost been covered by the seaweed. Han Fei did not return immediately. Just now, it was Yang Ruoyan who proposed to dig a tunnel out when there was another option, which was to retreat. Yang Ruoyan chose to take risks instead of retreating, which was unusual. Was this woman reckless? Or did she know something that she never spoke out? Was that why she wanted to dig out? W.O. Pretending that he was busy dealing with the weird vine, Han Fei ignored Yang Ruoyan. 3 seconds later. Han Fei, do you want to go to your treasure trove or not? Come help me. Actually, Yang Ruoyan's status was under his perception. Having been bound by dozens of bundles of seaweed, she could barely move and had to ask for Han Fei's help. Damn it. Seeing that she didn't betray herself, Han Fei returned and launched a torrent of blue sea wandering dragon daggers at the seaweed. Pooh. 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 The seaweeds and the vines were cut apart. Han Fei landed before Yang Ruoyan and raised his head at the hundreds of green vines that were surging at them. Han Fei said with an awful expression, "There's a huge tree up above. Those vines are just its branches. We have to go back." Han Fei didn't feel very good. These little vines were cut too easily. This made no sense. Were the vines in the seagrass wall so weak? Would he become a decoration? Could it be to trap him? Han Fei summoned 9 tails and kicked him. Dig through the bottom. Han Fei turned to look at Yang Ruoyan. You're not so weak, are you? I think the vines are just a piece of cake for you, right? Yang Ruoyan said angrily, a piece of cake? Can't you see how many spiritual weapons you have and how many I have? Why don't you try not using those spiritual weapons? Han Fei smiled. Forget it. Let's continue to go down in the ground. I feel a bit strange. Those 2 guys should have made some noise when they ran away. But there was no sound at all. Did they really run away? In fact, things like seaweed could never be cut out. In the seagrass city-like wall, there were more than hundreds of millions of seagrasses. This couldn't be dealt with by manpower at all. 9 tails dug hard, and in a short time, 3 or 5 holes were drilled. Down. Han Fei instructed, continue to dig. Yang Ruoyan asked, aren't we going down? Han Fei smiled disdainfully and said, those worms are afraid of grass. I'd like to see whether the worms or seaweed are stronger. While Han Fei was cutting down the vines and waiting for Nine Tails to dig deeper holes, a figure suddenly appeared 100 meters away, which was one of the two who ran out just now. However, before he spoke, he broke into a cold sweat. That bastard now only had the upper half of his body left. As for the lower half of the body, it had long since disappeared, replaced by a body made up of vines. Han Fei muttered, F***ck. Yang Ruoyun was terrified. Run. Human, your strength has been recognized by me, and I will not give you a hard time. Oh, who is speaking? Han Fei was horrified. He pulled Yang Ruoyun up and fled into the hole. Yang Ruoyun stopped him. Wait, someone is speaking. Han Fei said impatiently, are you stupid? Didn't you hear it called you human just now? There is an alien creature in this seaweed wall. Han Fei's heart was pounding. That thing made people into ornaments, which it even showed to him. He couldn't be a kind demon. Han Fei had 9 tails attached to him directly. He hit the ground with the 9-star chain, and at the same time, threw 5 or 6 masses of spiritual energy into those holes. Bam! 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 Spiritual energy exploded and dust was flying. It became muddy all around. Feeling the countless vines rushing up behind him, Han Fei sighed. Boom! The giant worm was furious, turned its head up to Han Fei, and roared. As soon as it opened its mouth, swarms of small dry leaf worms spewed forth like waves. Han Fei's face was black. The 9-star chain kept stabbing into the worm nest, and he hurriedly moved away. However, large patches of seaweed and vines also penetrated through the hole, covering a small half of the worm nest in almost a moment. Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. Damn, why are these seaweeds so fierce? Human, I won't hurt you. I just want to have a chat with you. Chat my ass. If you really want to chat, get rid of this dry leaf worm too. Show your sincerity. Well, this is not too difficult. Han Fei was ready to dig a hole to escape. However, at this time a large number of vines and seaweeds gathered up, rushing directly to the giant dry leaf worm and sweeping it away. Han Fei felt his blood freeze. What kind of demon is this? Did it really get rid of the worm? Almost in the blink of an eye, all the seaweed and vines that came in from the outside withered. But the next moment, endless seaweeds and vines were still pouring in. Han Fei said to Yang Ruoyun through a voice transmission, this thing is by no means good in nature. Tell me how we can escape. Come on. Yang Ruoyun hesitated. I really don't know. Han Fei sneered. Liar. If you really don't know, how do you dare to run into the depths of the sea grassland? When you saw this monster, you didn't say a word. Did you really not know of its existence? You know what, if this dry leaf worm can't resist this monster, I'll run by myself. I can still find other dangerous places. But you won't be able to get my help again. With that, Han Fei let go of Yang Ruoyun and joined 9 tails to dig holes. After a while, a large number of dry leaf worms burst with excessive life energy and turned into sticky liquid. Within half an hour, the huge dry leaf worm had shrunk by nearly half its size. The weird voice still echoed in Han Fei's ear, human, I have no intention of hurting you. Then go away and don't get in the way. Human, I need something. Can you Find it for me? Han Fei responded, just tell me what it is. If I can, I will find it for you. But if I can't, don't bother me. Then, the sound suddenly disappeared. However, there were quite a few vines and seaweeds pouring towards Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun respectively. Han Fei shouted angrily via voice transmission, Yang Ruoyun. Yang Ruoyun glanced at Han Fei lightly, stretched out her hand, and 2 flash stones flew towards Han Fei. As he expected, this woman was already ready. 1 flash stone could take a person dozens of miles away. This woman gave him 2 so easily. There must be more in her. Han Fei said, it's not enough. Give me a few more. Yang Ruoyun took a deep look at Han Fei. Sorry, I only have a limited number of flash stones. Thank you for helping me get here. It has exceeded my own expectations. Good luck. Then Yang Ruoyun suddenly disappeared from his eyes. F*CKU, Yang Ruoyun. Next time I see you, I'll kill you. Han Fei was speechless. He knew Yang Ruoyun was not trustworthy, but he thought everything was under his control. Yang Ruoyun borrowed his strength, and he borrowed Yang Ruoyun's knowledge of this place. They were actually mutually benefited. However, in the end, it was he who was fooled. Han Fei wondered if his head was hit by an iron-headed fish. However, this time it was just a coincidence. And he asked to follow her. He got himself into this trouble. Huh? Where is that girl? Han Fei said with a dark face, you. Hey, what should I call you? Did the dry leaf worms offend you? Why do you have to kill them all? Han Fei's eyelids twitched when he saw that only 1/3 of the dry leaf worms were left. Oh. I occasionally need to release life energy. These worms are strong and can just satisfy me. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. No. So, are you seaweed? Or vines? I am me. I don't have a name. I can feel a familiar breath in you, so I ask you for help. Then Han Fei saw 2 vines sticking out, on which 2 people hung, who were those 2 cannon fodder hunters. At this moment, they were both dead and a lot of seaweed grew out of their bodies. This scene made Han Fei's hair stand on end. What do you mean? They are not dead. Han Fei's eyes widened. Half their bodies are gone, and you tell me they are not dead? However, the next moment, Han Fei saw the 2 men open their eyes at the same time. 2 strong life energies radiated from the bodies of these 2 people. Help. Help me, kill me, kill me. Han Fei swallowed. They didn't speak clearly because they also had seaweed in their mouths. However, Han Fei could feel that they were supported by powerful life energy, but it was better to die than to live like this. Swish. Swish. Blue sea wandering dragon daggers shot through the skulls of the 2 people. And Han Fei helped them get free. Even if they were disposable to him, they didn't deserve to be tortured like this. Han Fei gritted his teeth. What the hell do you want? If you want to ask for help, stand upright in front of me. While talking, Han Fei held the flash stones in his hand. If anything happened, he was going to escape with the help of the stones first, and then hide and forge the universe. Then no matter how powerful this monster was, it wouldn't be able to find him. At this moment, the dry leaf worm had basically been wiped out. A worm nest had turned countless seaweeds and vines into ashes, but it was still not enough. Han Fei overestimated the dry leaf worm and underestimated the monster in the Seaweed wall. At this moment, just below the place where the worms originally converged, a finger-long worm was floating. Hanfei was slightly surprised. Dry leafworm leaf? A string of data appeared in his eyes. Name: dry leafworm leaf. Introduction: grows in the nest of dry leafworms. It is extremely poisonous. In the first 9 years, any dangling fisher who touches it will die in 5 minutes and hanging fishers in 3 years. 9 years later, it turns from poison into medicine and absorbs vitality from the outside world. After another 9 years, it ripens into a spiritual fruit that contains a lot of energy. Level: spiritual level. Quality: ultra quality. Contained spiritual energy 8,862 points. Effect: eating the ripe fruit can greatly enhance one's physique. Current state: the 7th year. Hanfei felt the scene at this moment was very weird. This seaweed monster really didn't care about vitality. A large amount of seaweed and vines directly enveloped the dry leafworm grass. Thousands of vines turned from green to yellow, and a large area of seaweed withered. Instantly, that voice rang again casually. This thing is interesting. It's so small but can absorb a huge amount of vitality. However, it's a pity that it's full. After only absorbing for a short while. Hanfei. In Hanfei's eyes, the dry leafworm grass was maturing rapidly. In just a moment, it became a super tonic. Gulp. Hanfei asked carefully, well, is your vitality endless? Hanfei didn't panic anymore. He couldn't figure it out at all. What did this thing mean? Why did it harm itself in front of him? Is it trying to impress me? Through self-harm? If this was the case, then this seaweed monster had succeeded. Hanfei was indeed shocked. A vine wrapped the dry leafworm grass and sent it to Hanfei. This thing is of no use to me, but to humans, it seems to be an extremely rare treasure. This was certainly a super tonic. Although it didn't contain much spiritual energy, it contained a lot of pure energy and a lot of vitality. If practicing the indestructible body art with it, he would yield twice the results with half the effort. Do you need it? Hanfei suddenly came back to his senses, suppressing his desire to take it. Hanfei nodded. Okay, just tell me what you want. Don't talk nonsense that you smell a familiar breath on me. I won't believe it. Just tell me your purpose. However, the figure said very seriously. No, I do smell a familiar breath on you. A few years ago, a creature ran past here and I failed to stop it. Yes. You seem to have the same smell. Huh? Hanfei was puzzled. A few years ago? At that time, let alone the level 3 fishery, I was still in the ordinary fishery. The voice seemed a little confused. I don't know. However, I can be sure that you have the same smell. Whatever. You can't attack me. If you dare to do it, I will smash the flash stones and run away. Now tell me what you want me to do for you. I will think about it. Hanfei pondered, this monster is so strong that it doesn't have to cheat me. What's the point for it to kill me since it is so powerful and intelligent? Help me grab a fruit. Huh? Hanfei was stunned and blurted out, you are so powerful. It is not a problem for you to grab a piece of fruit. The voice said, I can't leave this seagrass water area, and the fruit is thousands of miles away. Was this guy talking about the center of the sea grassland? Hanfei shivered. I haven't reached the central area yet and I've already met A strong master like you. In the central area, will there be other powerful creatures? If so, how can I resist them? No, you are very special. Just like the creature I saw last time, although you can't beat me, I seem unable to kill you. You should be able to avoid my pursuit, right? Han Fei was silent for a while. Who is this bastard talking about? Who do I know in the level 3 fishery? Is it Ren Tianfei? No, Ren Tianfei is an old monster who lived hundreds of years ago. He certainly wouldn't bother to come to the level 3 fishery. This seaweed monster should not be able to stop him. But if it's not Ren Tianfei, who is it? My dad? Could it be old Jiang? Sister? Qin? Damn, is it Tengu? Immediately, Han Fei shook his head. It can't be Tengu. Years ago? No matter how fast Tang Ji's strength grew, he couldn't have become a dangling fisher a few years ago. Forget it. Han Fei did not continue to guess. As the seaweed monster said, he wasn't quite afraid of it. Especially now he also had flash stones. Han Fei held his head high and said, okay, I'll try to pick it for you. However, just one dry leafworm grass is not enough. 10 pieces. Wow. Han Fei swallowed. This seaweed monster is really awesome. 10 pieces of dry leafworm grass? Gosh. Although Han Fei had not taken this dry leafworm grass, he knew the energy contained in it couldn't be underestimated. Just think about the huge amount of life energy the seaweed monster had. However, Han Fei did not immediately agree. The greater the temptation, the greater the price he might have to pay. Han Fei asked, what does the fruit you're looking for look like? Do you know what it is called? The seagrass monster said leisurely, I don't know, but that kind of fruit is as red as blood, occasionally turning into a red fish. Poof. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is it a fruit demon? Turning into a fish? Are you kidding me? The seaweed monster said lightly, you can have a try. It's okay. Whether you can get it or not, this grass is yours. With that, the vine put down the worm grass. Han Fei reached out and took it. Of course, he wanted it. Then, a cunning gleam flickered through Han Fei's eyes. Hey! Promise me 2 more conditions. Yes? Han Fei said, I need a spiritual spring. The more, the better. Since you are so strong, you must have noticed that I can absorb a lot of spiritual energy. The seaweed monster thought for a while and said, I have a lot of spiritual energy, but I won't give it to you. After you get the spiritual fruit, I can give you 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei said, but I need the spiritual spring to fight now. You see, I wasted tens of thousands of points just to avoid you just now. However, the seaweed monster said leisurely, the spiritual energy you just consumed does not exceed 10,000 points in total. Han Fei. The seaweed monster continued, I can give you 100,000 points of spiritual energy. Sometimes, it's not a good thing to have too much spiritual energy. Bring me the fruit, and you'll get even more than you want. Han Fei's eyes almost narrowed into a line. This bastard is really cunning. It is afraid that if I'm given too much spiritual energy, I'll run away. But 100,000 points of spiritual energy is too little. Only the amount of spiritual energy in a single spiritual fruit. It might not even be enough for me to run away if I need to. Seeing that he could not talk the spiritual energy out of the seaweed monster, Han Fei said, if I've guessed right, in the next few days, there may be many peak-level dangling fishers passing by the seaweed wall. Can you help me kill them? I can help you block them, but whether I can kill them depends on their strength. Han Fei frowned. This seaweed monster's answer is ambiguous, and it literally promises me nothing. I can't manage it. However, Han Fei made no further requests. He grabbed the dry leafworm grass and stuffed it directly into Forge the Universe. He would just leave this damn place first. What this seaweed monster wanted so badly couldn't be a common thing. Maybe, when he got the fruit, he could just keep it. Han Fei nodded. Okay. I agree to help you find the fruit. Let me go now. The seaweed monster said, you can come up. I won't stop you. Han Fei pondered. If he went out, he could still escape if the monster attacked him. After all, he had flash stones in his hand. Besides, he could still enter Forge the Universe. When the seaweed receded, Han Fei got out of the cave. After coming out, the seaweed did make way for him and no longer stopped him. Those vines also disappeared. Han Fei looked around. Hey! Who are you? What do you look like? Why don't you come out? We will meet one day. Humph. Han Fei remained vigilant and walked unhurriedly. He did not dare to use combat skills to speed up, in case the seaweed monster played any tricks on him. About 2 hours later, when Han Fei was about to walk out of this seagrass forest, his face lightened up. I'm finally getting out of here. However, when Han Fei was walking carefully, he suddenly felt pain in his feet. Han Fei suddenly used combat skills to break through the last seaweed blockade. Looking down, he found a circle of green seaweed on his ankle. Damn. Han Fei was angry. I was so fucking careful, but who would have expected that? I was tricked at the last moment. Han Fei was furious. Asshole, what did you do to me? The seaweed monster still said leisurely, this is my soul lock, which represents the contract between you and me. Get me the spirit fruit and I will remove it. Han Fei was furious. I was King tricked again. Ah, how I want to have Nine Tails kill it. Spiritual energy, give it to me. Han Fei gnashed his teeth. When a mass of spirit spring flew towards Han Fei, he took it and left without looking back. And the seaweed monster's leisure voice rang again, don't try to erase this soul lock. Otherwise, it will self-destruct. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said without turning his head, remember to kill those peak-level dangling fishers for me. Han Fei didn't look back, because he was afraid that he would go crazy, rush in, and hack that monster to death. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even see the shadow of that bastard. But had to take all its demands, which made him feel really unsettled. Passing through the seaweed city wall, there were many types of common seaweed. For hundreds of kilometers. Han Fei saw that he was far away from the seaweed city wall, so he sat on the ground and checked his feet. Name, Soul Lock. Introduction, a special talent of very few creatures. Such creatures compress and refine a large amount of vitality, spiritual power, and spiritual energy to make a soul lock. Once a soul lock forms, it is telepathic to its maker. It is often used to control other creatures and explode when necessary. Level Advanced. Contained spiritual energy 188,862 points. Absorbable When he saw this data, Han Fei's face immediately turned green. He certainly couldn't let this damn thing blow up. More than 180,000 points of spiritual energy. Even a spiritual weapon could be turned to dust. However, when Han Fei saw the word absorbable, he grinned. That's great. His dear demon purification pot was always so awesome. Undoubtedly, Han Fei would certainly not cooperate with the grass he hadn't even seen at the risk of his own life. Hee, angry? Wanna kill? That's exactly what I want. Absorb it. The spiritual energy in the soul lock was gradually decreasing. After absorbing less than 1,000 points, Han Fei suddenly saw the soul lock glow slightly. Han Fei was startled. That monster was telepathic to this soul lock. He forgot about that. Swish. Huh? In the seaweed city wall, a huge ball of seaweed suddenly shook. Where is my soul lock? It had just noticed something unusual, but in a blink of an eye, it lost contact with the lock. Han Fei didn't know what the reaction of that grass was at this moment, but it must have been mad. But he didn't care. As long as he entered Forge the Universe, nobody could sense it. Absorb. After a while Han Fei looked at the soul lock, exhausted of spiritual energy, and chuckled. Humph. Do you think you can trick me? When I get a chance, I'll definitely make you pay a price. The soul lock without spiritual energy was easily torn off by Han Fei. Then he cut it into 17 or 18 segments. Coming out of Forge the Universe, Han Fei was all smiles. His reserve of spiritual energy had almost reached 1,000,000 points again. To be precise, it was a bit more than 980,000 points, but it could round up to 1,000,000. As for the 10 pieces of worm grass that the grass monster mentioned, Han Fei didn't care about it. He couldn't imagine who would be so stupid as to spend such a huge amount of vitality to ripen 10 poisonous fruits of this level. Ha ha ha. Han Fei couldn't help laughing, only to spit out a string of bubbles. After getting rid of the strange grass, Han Fei was relieved. However, he snorted again. Yang Ruoyun, this nasty woman. She tricked him over and over again. Now that he had come out and their destination was the same, they would meet sooner or later as long as she didn't die. Then no matter what she said, he wouldn't believe her. After a while, Han Fei saw many undulating flake creatures in the distance. Han Fei couldn't see clearly because they were far away. This time, Han Fei was more cautious and didn't rashly rush over, but he activated his spiritual perception in advance and walked over step by step. Safety mattered more than speed. After a while, Han Fei discovered that 3 or 2 round-shaped sea mussels appeared before his eyes. Noticing his presence, these sea mussels closed their mouths quickly and then hid in the mud. Huh? Sea mussels? In Han Fei's view, a sea mussel had always been the lowest level creature. Whether in the ordinary fishery or in the level 1 or level 2 fishery, the seabed was almost covered with sea mussels and sea mussel shells. Han Fei also saw a lot of sea mussels in the level 3 fishery, but he didn't pay much attention to these sea mussels. But Han Fei suddenly remembered that since he entered the sea grassland, it seemed that there were not many sea mussels found on the seabed. Was there any difference in these sea mussels he just found? A string of data appeared in his eyes. Name: color crystal mussel. Introduction: a mutated species of sea mussel, containing color crystal pearls that contain all kinds of colors and match the colors of all things. Level 27. Quality rare, contains spiritual energy 856 points. Edible effect, long-term consumption can enhance the body's blood and qi. Collectible, color crystal pearl. Absorbable. Hanfei was surprised. Huh? Color crystal pearl, what is it? Without hesitation, Hanfei picked up a knife and chopped it on the shell of a color crystal mussel, with a clang. With a crack, the color crystal mussel was split in half. After all, it was only a level 27 creature, which was quite vulnerable to Han Fei. However, before Han Fei dug out the mussel meat, he saw many bright lotus flowers floating over. Yes, Han Fei saw a group of 3-colored lotus flowers floating towards him. With a cautious attitude, Han Fei immediately backed away. After retreating for several meters, Han Fei saw flower-like little fish floating on the 3-colored lotus flower. Oh, that's amazing. Life is full of miracles. What the hell is this? Another string of data appeared in his eyes. Name: Lotus Fish. Introduction: mild and peaceful in nature, dislike fighting and killing. When it's going to die, it will close its petals and sink to the bottom of the sea. The lotus fish likes to eat color crystal pearls, which can keep its body shiny forever. Because of its inherent purity, it can get rid of filth. Level 31. Quality rare. Contained spiritual energy 1219 points. Edible effect, long-term consumption can broaden one's meridians. Collectible: none. Absorbable. Han Fei blinked, watching the 3-colored lotus flowers spread out vertically and horizontally. These fishes were about the same size as Little White but more colorful. Although they were not as beautiful as Little White. In body shape, they were chubby and adorable. On the heads of these lotus fish, there were small flowers of different colors. When they swarmed up, the scene was gorgeous. Han Fei had seen 2 kinds of plant fish. The first was the wooden fish, which was not aesthetically pleasing. The second species was this lotus fish. Its body and fin seemed to be made of lotus leaves, and it was a non-aggressive fish. At this moment, a group of chubby and adorable lotus fish were surrounding the color crystal mussel that was hacked to death by Han Fei, forming a small circle, which looked quite amazing. After a few purple pearls floated out of the mussel flesh, the color crystal mussel began to sink slowly, gradually sinking into the sand. Han Fei couldn't help but curiously look closely at it. As a result, a group of lotus fish pouted their mouths and kept gently tapping Han Fei's head, cheeks, and chest. It seemed that these little lotus fishes seemed to be angry that Han Fei hacked the color crystal mussel to death. Han Fei was speechless. I just killed a color crystal mussel. Why are you guys angry? Don't many fishes like to eat sea mussels? How come these lotus fish are so friendly to sea mussels? However, those lotus fish were soon mollified. They seemed very happy to see Han Fei. 5 or 6 lotus fish began to revolve around Han Fei. As they revolved, Han Fei discovered that there were colorful bits of stardust flying out of their bodies and sprinkled on him, which made him a bit uncomfortable. Han Fei touched the heads of these little fishes, and after teasing them for a while, he found how these lotus fishes took food. It turned out that they didn't eat meat at all, but the color crystal pearls in these colorful crystal mussels. No wonder they all looked pretty. Han Fei only stayed for half an hour before he was about to move on. But when Han Fei was about to move forward, he saw that thousands of lotus fishes had stopped in front of him, stopping him from leaving. Han Fei smiled. Let me go, little fishes. I have something to tend to. I will play with you later. Huh? Han Fei suddenly turned around and found that a big lotus fish had bit his clothes and dragged him back. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Why do you stop me from going forward? Is there something ahead? Traversing through the sea grassland, Han Fei only felt tired. Why did he come across so many strange creatures along the way? Now he finally encountered a group of adorable and harmless lotus fish, but they seemed to be trapped here by something. Han Fei stroked the large lotus fish. Regardless of whether the other party could understand him or not, he said, "Let me go. I'm here to hunt for treasure and I can't stay here. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll bring you disaster." Perhaps this lotus fish understood Han Fei's meaning. When he swam forward again, although there were still some lotus fish in front of him, they no longer stopped him. Instead, under the leadership of the big lotus fish, thousands of lotus fish swarmed around Han Fei and swam forward. Han Fei smiled. Why are you here too? To bid my farewell? Thank you. But you don't have to be so polite. Seeing that the lotus fishes still surrounded him, he didn't say any more. Perhaps these lotus fish were innocent and hospitable by nature. He still had a long way to swim. Han Fei was not in a hurry anyway, so he swam forward while playing with the lotus fish. For some reason, Han Fei felt very peaceful in his heart along the way. In the shower of colorful dust, his spiritual power seemed to be increasing, and his spiritual perception range had obviously increased by several meters. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the lotus fish again, who looked so cute as if unaware of what happened. Huh. That's weird. Why has my spiritual power suddenly increased? Han Fei couldn't help but be a little surprised. Could it be possible that the colorful dust sprinkled by these lotus fish could increase spiritual power? Suddenly, Han Fei sat cross-legged and small pieces of the God-scaring painting appeared in his mind. But different from the past, the effect of meditating on the God-scaring painting this time was dozens of times more than before. All kinds of complicated lines, graphics, and text seemed to be easier to remember. After half a day, when a piece of the God-scaring painting was completely memorized by Han Fei was surprised to find that his spiritual perception range increased by 50 meters, and now it was 350 in total. He opened his eyes and those lotus fish surrounded him, scattering a piece of glittering colored stardust from time to time. What a bunch of little cuties, haha. Han Fei looked at the colorful stardust on his body and couldn't help closing his eyes again. What is chance? This is a so-called chance. Does any dangling fisher dare to say that he can increase his perception range by 50 meters in half a day? One Rinyu once said that a great fishing master can only try to learn spiritual perception. Only after you become a dangling fisher would you gradually understand and acquire the ability of spiritual perception. But in fact, among the people Han Fei had encountered so far, even advanced dangling fishers only had a spiritual perception range less than 100 meters. Han Fei also wondered under what circumstances could this so-called spiritual perception be improved on a large scale? But probably not before he became a peak-level dangling fisher. After another half-day, when Han Fei's perception range reached 400 meters, he seemed to hit a bottleneck. Although he could still improve, the speed was much slower than before. Interesting. If I have enough time to stay here for a full month to forcefully meditate on the God-scaring painting, my perception range would increase by more than 100 meters more even if the speed has slowed down. However, Han Fei did not plan to spend this time. It was impossible for him to waste a month of time in the sea grassland. The level 3 fishery was so big. And there were too many places he hadn't been to. Han Fei opened his eyes and then suddenly stood up. Clatter. To his surprise, he was covered by the stardust which consisted of thousands of colors. At the moment he got up, the small stardust particles, like fine quicksand, fell from his body. And the lotus fish around Han Fei wagged their tails from time to time and turned the lotus, causing the stardust to start flying. Gradually, this area of surrounding water seemed to have changed into a colorful fairyland. Han Fei touched the heads of the lotus fish that had come closer and smiled. This time I really have to leave. I will come again when I have a chance. Every time Han Fei took a step, stardust slipped off his body, making him look like a celestial being. But the more Han Fei got closer to the periphery of the waters, the more he could feel the tension of the lotus fish behind him. Gradually, there were only a few hundred lotus fishes still following Han Fei. And their number was still decreasing. Han Fei knew that the danger was coming. Especially, when there was only the biggest lotus fish left, he held his breath. He saw the silent sea ahead. Like black and a white, where he was now was a prosperous and gorgeous sea of lotus fish, while 100 meters in front of him was an icy, deserted wasteland with dull colors. Han Fei shouted, "Go back!" But the big lotus fish refused to leave and Han Fei could only let it. He activated his spiritual perception and walked forward step by step. After swimming about 500 meters, the big lotus fish also stopped and looked at Han Fei reluctantly behind. At this moment, Han Fei was standing in the front, watching the scene in front of him and swallowing saliva. In front of his eyes, there was a huge abyss, with no end in sight. However, in this seemingly barren taboo place, there were still lives. In the gully, there were dense schools of worm fish, which were palm-sized and resembled rotting worms, with a hole in their heads. Half of their bodies were exposed outside their holes. When Han Fei saw the information in his eyes, he felt a creepy sensation all over. Name worm fish. Introduction: the combination of worm and fish, a parasitic fish species. Saprophagus, love to kill each other, ferocious and cruel, the filth of fish. Its worm can act as a parasite outside its body and penetrate into the marrow. Level 9. Quality rare. Spiritual energy 4 points. Effect inedible. Collectible none. Unabsorbable. F***CK. What the hell is this damn place? How many unknown creatures are there in this damn sea? Although this worm fish was only at level 9, it made sense. Marching sea. Leeches were also low-leveled and contained little spiritual energy, but if they targeted you, you would be in serious trouble. The same went for the worm fish. They seemed to be low-leveled, but they had incredible numbers. As far as Han Fei could see, all he saw was a dense spread of worm fishes. F***CK. Han Fei looked up at the sky where there were also scattered worm fish swimming in the dark. Han Fei thought maybe he could swim past from a height, but as soon as he went to try, he felt something was pulling him behind. Han Fei looked back and found that it was that big lotus fish. Han Fei assured the fish, "Well, it's okay. If anything happens, I'll be back." Then he swiftly swam to the top of this abyss. On his back, 2 wings appeared. And he drew a dazzling arc in the sea. However, at the moment when Han Fei swam away, the abyss seemed to be in chaos. Countless worm fish, like the storm of the doomsday, swept up. Little Gold's speed was fast enough. However, no matter how fast he couldn't resist the densely packed worm fish in the sea area. Aim. Han Fei's face was all dark. He waved and a water ball enveloped him, and at the same time, he activated a spiritual energy protective cover. In the school of the wormfishes, he twisted and turned to avoid being caught. In the quiet and dark waters, his figure was dazzling. That scene was chaotic. But only after a while, Han Fei had already lost his direction. Because all he could perceive were worm fish and there was no gap in any direction. Han Fei frowned, thinking about rushing out away first and then choosing a direction. But when Han Fei was murderously brandishing the blue sea wandering dragon daggers, the worm fish around him suddenly gave way. And behind them, a lotus fish was swimming over slowly. Huh? The lotus fish's lotus seat was spinning under it and a mass of colored light mist was scattered. The worm fish immediately escaped when they saw it. When the lotus fish swam in front of Han Fei, the lotus seed under it suddenly spun off automatically and fell at Han Fei's feet. Han Fei was surprised. He knew that the lotus fish could repel filth, but he didn't know it could be so magical. The lotus fish was opening a way with the lotus seat. Wherever it went, all fishes retreated. This scene was simply shocking. Han Fei almost couldn't believe it. Is there really such a good fish in the world? It has really helped me a lot. But I haven't helped them much except by playing with them for a short while.